Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games, and today we're going to be playing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney for the PC. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games I have played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for today, let's go ahead and get into the game. So far we've played two cases. Case 1, we were introduced to our new protagonist, the brand new attorney, Apollo Justice, literally had not worked any cases yet. And his first case was defending Phoenix Wright for murder, which he did successfully. Turns out who actually did it was Apollo's boss, so he was out of a job. Oops. Case 2 had him joining Phoenix's law firm out of desperation, because those bills ain't gonna wait. And he ended up defending a mob boss's son against a charge of murder, which he ended up, he was able to defend him for. Also, Phoenix got hit by a car, but you know the rules for these games. If they don't update his sprite with some bandages in there, it's probably not that serious. I don't know how it's not that serious, but video games. Didn't somebody fall off a building in Ace Attorney Investigations 2 and they were fine? I seem to remember somebody taking some sort of horrific injury that should have killed them, and they got just banged up a little bit. Either way, so we will go ahead and get into the game today and see where we're going from there. How do you have an evil craving for tuna sandwiches? What's evil about tuna sandwiches? And also, I haven't seen the new trailer for the Fable gameplay. I get kind of angry every time somebody talks about it, because they're like, when they released the new gameplay trailer, they're like, oh, it looks like a return to form from Fable 2. And Fable 2 is the only one I haven't played, because it's the only one that hasn't been ported to PC. Weirdly enough, they ported Fable 1 and Fable 3, but they did not port Fable 2. So, I played Fable 1 and Fable 3 for the first time on stream, and I liked them a bunch. But the entire time I was playing them, everyone was like, Fable 2 is the good one, you should play that one. You can't. Was there an epic shutdown of the overdramatic nerd? Oh yeah, we took his ass down. Unfortunately, he was not the killer, so we don't get to throw him in jail or anything. But yeah, we definitely took him down. So that means you're not gonna help it. 2 is the best. I keep waiting for Xbox emulation to be good enough that I can play it that way. I'm hoping someday that's going to be an option, or maybe someday somebody will finally port it over. That'd be a nice option too, but yeah, I have not played that one yet, so I cannot comment much. Let's see, Chris Technician, good morning, and thank you for that. How are you doing today? Alright, so we are just starting episode 3 here, Turnabout Serenade. So let's see our opener. Hope you got all your drinks and snacks. What do we got here? Let's rock! Oh, this is gonna be Clavier. Oh my god, that hair. We love you, it is Clavier, god damn it. Rock on, everyone, this party's not over yet. Get out your handkerchiefs for our special guests. That's right, baby. The night's just getting started. Thank you for coming to the Gaviner's Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission. July 7th, 8:05 p.m. backstage hallway. Isn't there supposed to be a murder in that intro? Usually there's a murder in that intro. Maybe he wasn't playing very well and he was murdering the music. Hard to tell. You want to see the animation? There wasn't much in there. That is a hell of an awesome poster. I can't entirely tell what's going on in there, but like, I'm digging it. Like, that's pretty badass. Also, that advertisement for soda right behind it's pretty cool too. I'm liking everything about this scene. They got some cool details in there. Oh, they killed it. There you go. That was it. That must have been it. He murdered the headline act. Dinner report, I had some Culvers because I was out and about getting some grocery shopping done last night because it's negative 22°C today in Chicago, and I'm not going to want to go outside today. Horrific. This is so cool. Us at a Gaviner's concert. Huh? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. Gaviner's, putting the sick back in music. Wow! Apollo, not a fan of the Gaviners, I suppose. But I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know. When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. I mean, that is true. He's got a point there. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gaviner show. Trucy? You didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. You let us in. Xavier? What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over God's rock. God awful, baby. I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gaviner's albums and 15 concert videos. There's quite a bit of impulse shopping. Aren't you poor, Trucy? Aren't you desperately poor? What the hell? Destroying Phoenix there. You misdemined there, Kelvin. It's a little chilly here in Chicago. A little chilly. I think people underestimate how cold it is here. Because they're like, well, Canada's right above you. Surely Canada's where the cold happens. Nope. Nope, we get all that. Oh, dear God, we get all that. I got in advance of my next 15 years. Oh, my God. I'm not sure who to be more upset with. Trucy for her, spectacular lifetime altering impulse buy, or for Phoenix for being really bad with money, I'm gonna say. 15 years, what the hell? Oh God, yes, the polar vortex, the thing you have to know about when you live in Chicago, and it's horrible. Phoenix is getting water soup for pretty much every day for the foreseeable future, I think. He's gonna have to learn some tips from Gumshoe on how to live on a budget, I think. For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Oh, we got a new sprite there too. That's adorable. Trucy knows she's being silly. That's so cute. Who would have imagined me here? The Gaviner's concert, watching Prosecutor Gavin, rock. To be honest, he was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I never admit that to Trucy. Polar Vortex is going all the way down to New Mexico? It's not supposed to do that. Rook's Honor, welcome in. How are you doing today? He does have cords of steel, but also the cords of steel have never accomplished anything for him so far, and people have told him to knock it off with the cords of steel. It's the July 7th Gaviner's dressing room. Ah, you made it. Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets. And the invoice you sent along with them. You're incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin. Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself. That, ooh, how are we pronouncing that one? Lamorar? Lamorar? Ooh. It's the problem with games with no voice acting. I'm like, how do you pronounce that? Lamorar? Lamorar? Maybe Lamorar then. Try that. The Siren of the Ballad? Oh yeah. That flyer said she flew all the way over for this show. That's right. I happen to catch her show all overseas. Her voice is divine. Anyway, I do invite her to perform with us. Lammeror says, "You praise me too highly." Whoa, who's this guy? He's huge! Allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Latousse, Lammeror's manager, and her interpreter, incidentally. A great honor for us to be here. A great honor for Lammeror to be heard in this country. Whoa, oh. Oh, she's from a country that has their own custom font, of course. Makes sense. Oh, God, kiss it. Yeah, that is a good sign. Better than a gopher seeing its shadow right there. Bro looks like a chess piece. He kind of does look like he was carved out of wood right there. A romaine lettuce? Oh, that's a hell of a name right there. The people of Zaptingbat. It's a proud country with a proud history. He speaks wingdings. Is that third symbol there somebody doing the Hanukkah? I'm looking at the actual symbols right here. I want to live in any nation that somehow has the kind of history that would lead to a Hanukkah kanji. That's amazing. Oh my goodness. Interesting symbols that they chose for that right there. That voice. Wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. That's so weird. I love that they gave her her own font. That's kind of amazing. Oh, it's Lammeror. I'm actually meeting Lammeror. Lammeror, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. Of course Apollo doesn't like rock and roll. Of course. Isn't Apollo in his like early to mid 20s? And he's acting like a 40-year-old? All that rock and roll music, it's just noise. It's just doing him again. Oh God, we're going right back there. Spice Chipmunk, I read it's snowing on Mount Fuji, and for a second I'm like, do you mean it's literally snowing on Mount Fuji, or is that some sort of like Zen cone? That sounds like a Zen. It is dawn and it is snowing on Mount Fuji. Apollo is a bit of a throwback, that's true. I'm sure he listens to Big Band. Lammeror says, "We have long looked forward to this joint performance." Ah, Lammeror, your voice. It is art. Of course, we don't get to hear any of it. Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice. Who is this nerd now? I've seen this kid somewhere before. He plays piano at all of Lammeror's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist. Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Allow me to introduce Machi Tobaye. He is blind. This is why he never strays far from Lammeror. They are always together. Like characters from some fairy tale. Lammeror is so, what's that word? Exotic. And mysterious. Does seem quite pretty. At least her eyes do. Hers is a kind of sightseeing music. Huh? She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm. Sights into song? That's so poetic. She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The guitar's Serenade. I hope you enjoy it. I can't wait. Now it is time. For the next part, we're giving the Gaviners hard rock a little rest. Lammeror, the stage is yours. Band members will not play during Lamoir's ballad. Only Machi's tender tones and Lamoir's dulcet voice. And my guitar, of course. Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know? I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in Chords of Steel. This is true. At least he's aware of that. The torch has been passed. I mean, he feels like even more of a stick in the mud than Phoenix was. Old Game Grumps joke. Gotcha. I was not in the neighborhood for that one. Use Mount Fuji as a euphemism for things? Oh, God. Yeah, I think I put in one of my go live messages for this game. I'm like, you can tell this game takes place in the future because look at their hair gel technology. Oh God, was that was a diss on Phoenix, wasn't it? I think it was. Oh my God, I completely missed that, Spice Chipmunk. Hey, Simdust, good morning. How are you doing today? Hope everything is going well with you. Glad to have you with us today. Oh, it is Kazoo Band, of course. Also, she prefers to keep it pretty minimal, just her voice, the piano, one guitar, and 37 vuvuzelas. You know, just traditional. I think that's true. Apollo is coded as younger. I believe he may be younger, since when we met Phoenix, he had at least seconded a whole bunch of trials. He hadn't run his own yet, but he'd been there for it. I don't believe Apollo had any courtroom experience for the first trial here. I'm not a banana pudding fan, but I'm not a pudding fan in general, so I'm probably biased. Shall we hit the stage then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin. Take care of your heart's heart stolen away, yeah? Let's get back to the concert hall. Oh, Polly? Yeah, she calls him Polly. Of course, we have a voice. Impressive that the guitar part of the song continued on after his guitar was on fire and also on the floor. I think these guys use a backing track. Also, I believe that is the first instance in these games where we see characters fully 3D animated, which is a novelty in this game, but will become the norm in the next game. I swear this is a big deal on the DS. I imagine it probably was. Like, I bet that looked pretty cool on the small screen. Malkill, welcome in. How are you doing today? When does KK Slider show up? That guy knows how to rock. Most definitely. Milli Vanilli. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, Milli Vanilli does sound like a character name from the Apollo Justice, or from the Phoenix Wright games. So it fits. I appreciate that I have the kind of audience that still knows and appreciate Milli Vanilli jokes. July 7th, 9:05 p.m. backstage hallway. Wow, wasn't Lamoir amazing? I even cried a little. I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production. What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. I'm not sure I'd call that art. Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show. How many breaks does this band need? July 7th, Gaviner's dressing room. Oddly enough, what pudding is depends on what country you're in. Because I know in the United States, it's sort of like a thick, like liquid, like dessert. But also I know like in Japan, pudding is like more of a flan type thing, which is very confusing to me. Princess Toadstool is canonically a huge... I love that every bit of Mario Brothers lore is somehow the most insane thing. Thick custard, thank you. That's probably a better description that I had there. And in the UK, it's just dessert. That's incredibly confusing. Very broadly divided in the UK. It's words, man. What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible. He seems upset. Oh, Justice, were you the one who tried to torture me? Hey, I didn't do it. Much for risking your life for art. Tara's Serenade is ruined. Ruined. Well, let's try to talk to him at least. I'm not sure that's the best move right now. And they got his theme in the background, of course. Yeah, the Christmas pudding, that always confused me. Also, I still don't know what figgy pudding is. I don't know that anyone knows, honestly. Maya did it, I know it! I had my suspicions the second I booted the game up. Yeah, no, like, if anything that was attached to my body in any way burst into flames, I'd be kind of concerned. Especially if I wasn't expecting it. Like, we've got a lot of unreasonable people in these games, but no, that's a reasonable thing to be upset about. Figgy pudding is a steamed cake. That sounds disgusting. I understand why I've never heard of it now. Oh God, Kellerman. One of my coworkers at work is from Italy. And as I believe is the law for immigrants to the United States from Europe, he went on a full-on 10-minute rant last week about how American football shouldn't be called football because you don't use your feet against the ball. That's what soccer is. And the whole time I'm thinking, does he think that we've never heard this before? Does he think this is all new information? It was baffling. Pink Floyd was quick to remind us we can't have any pudding if we don't eat our meat. How can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat? Only so many options for cooking styles in medieval times. That's true. That's true. Ooh, thank you for that, Kissa. I had a friend in college that used to make short films for fun, and he did one for Christmas. And there was a running gag that nobody had any idea what figgy pudding was. Ooh. That is a worry, I suppose, Brooks. I guess, I mean, I don't want to give bad advice to anybody here. I will say, if it was me, what I would probably do is when I'm ready to make, I keep it in the freezer, and like when I'm ready to make one of them, I'd like go ahead and defrost it and see how it smelled. But that's me. Skip the Damned, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope we're doing good. Oh god, yeah, the hairstylists in this universe must be absolutely rich. Like, that's gotta be like a AAA job right there. Oh, you know, I honestly never knew where they got the name Soccer from. That is really cool to know. Thank you for letting me know. Doc Belvin, good morning. How are you doing today? All right, so let's get yelled at by rock guitarists. You mean the guitar? That wasn't part of the act? Part of the act? Would burn up a guitar on purpose. What? It worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Wait, you think the audience thought it was? Sounds like he got lucky. He probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did. He got lucky and he didn't realize it. Anyway, the guitar was the Ferrari of guitar. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke. I'm usually frugal for a rock band. I say that to Mr. Gavin. October. Today's been one disaster after another. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken. Daddy told me there'd be days like these. Why is his motorcycle always broken? I refuse to call it a hog. I won't do that. Not doing that. Gamma Gumo, welcome in. How are you doing today, Gamma Gumo? Hope you are doing good. The or so that worries me, that's fair. Still the same ace game as before? Yes, we are still on Apollo Justice, but we're on case 3 now. We're just starting it. We don't even have murder yet, so we're still very early days, which is weird, because the murder usually happens during the intro cinema, but nobody's died yet, so it's weird. It's weird. Somebody modded Smash Ultimate to have Peach in the outfit. Oh my god! If you have a screenshot of that, you can throw it in Discord. Or like DM it to me. I need to see this. That sounds incredible. Bolos, welcome in. I totally agree. That sounds amazing. If it was shaped like a pig, I would call it a hog. I would still not enjoy the experience of calling it a hog, but I'd call it a hog. That seems fair. Yeah, sorry about that, Geek Boy. But that means you haven't really... That means we're starting fresh, so you don't really have much foreknowledge needed for yours. That's good. Basically, all you need to know right now is we're at a rock concert with Clavier Gavin, the prosecutor, and also he has a special guest artist from another country. Groshin, welcome in. How are you doing today? That's fair. It's hard to do maintenance on pages as well, I'm told. Weirdly enough, no murder yet. So we're off to a strange start. There's almost always a murder in the opening cinema, but not one today. Wasn't Lamoir's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin? Ah, yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics, and she wrote the melody. You know, I was surprised she could sing in English. I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here. It is actually not uncommon for artists to sing in different languages just by memorizing the, not even the words sometimes, but the syllables. I've heard of that before. What's this? A lyric sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself and Lamoir. Yippee! Thanks so much! All I ever get to sign a client defense agreement. I'm sure we're gonna have to refer back to that at some point. No one's wrongfully accused, so we know Maya did it. I knew it. Call it a porker cycle out of spite. That's amazing. There is a red badger. I think it was like Like his nemesis, Blue Badger's nemesis or something. I sort of got the feeling in the old games that like the Blue Badger universe was like all those old McDonald's characters, like Mayor McCheese. It's got lore going around, I imagine. Oh yeah, Bela Lugosi. That is true. That is true. And he made it work, which is amazing. Yes, Skip the Damned. I have that saved on my YouTube because honestly, it is very uncanny. Like listening to it as an English speaker, my brain is constantly telling me, I'm like, oh, that's English. Those are words. And then you listen to it, like, there's nothing there. It's all gibberish. It is absolutely amazing. And also, hilariously, that song topped the radio charts for weeks. Because the whole reason he made that song was to make a point. Because at the time, in Italy, American songs were dominating the radio. And he wanted to make the point that, like, there's nothing inherently cool about the American songs, just like people are addicted to that, like, accent. So I made a song that sounds, it's just gibberish, but like has the, uses all the intonations of an American accent, and it got hugely popular, even though there is not a single actual word in there. Yes, thank you so much for that, Kissa. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to remember the name of that song. Or if I did remember it, someone would have been like, spell that. I'm like, no. Thank you so much, Kissa. Yes, that is the name of the song. Look it up on YouTube. It is uncanny, absolutely bizarre. Providing tips on pronunciation of tits. Oh, God. Russian, that seems like a way to get punched by a theater nerd. Simlish, yes. I remember they've had some actual pop artists record versions of their songs in Simlish, which is so weird. I love that video. I really do. The one case where I always thought the German dub was superior to the English one, and that Christopher Lee was bilingual and just decided to cash 2 paychecks. Hell yes. Get that bag. That works, Kissa. That works. I'm like, I know I could have found it in my YouTube history, but it would not have been easy. A misheard lyrics version of a song with no lyrics. That's amazing. I love that. It's amazing that I know exactly what part of the song that is with Chipmunk. There is a part where he does say, like he's saying my eyes. It does sound like that. Almost time for the third act of the night. Oh, there's more? Yes, Lamorar's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? They invited her to play one song? Be a good paycheck. Hope we're ready to catch it. Woohoo! Ready, Apollo? I think I'll pass. Huh? I like to play with Lamorar, but the rest could use a volume knob. Turned way down. Wow, Apollo, you're so old. Oh my god. Apollo, you're getting old. Yeah, see. 22 qualifies old to 15-year-old? Yes. Have you not met 15-year-olds? He probably hasn't. I don't get the feeling he interacts with people very much. Death Clock did it back. I missed that show. That was a fun show. Brooks, I already love what a funny Daddy Apollo is. It is a fun character trait. Like, Phoenix sometimes could be a little straight-laced, but like Apollo's made it his entire personality. Well, I'm going. Let the old folks rest backstage, yeah? Time to rock. You're older than I am! Alright, let's have a look around. Let's see what we got here. Let's start with that guitar. It's an odd guitar. The design is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. What a strange mascot. He looks like he's crying. When was rock about crying? They should name this guy Emo. Apollo's got opinions. Also, would you... I don't know if I can quantify the expression on that guitar. Would you say that guitar is gently weeping? Just a random question out of my own curiosity. Out of this game, I think I might be able to. Hang on. Let me take a look here. Oh my god. That is a thing of beauty and majesty. Oh my god, it's so good. Melkill, thank you so much for posting those pictures. I'm probably going to end up going to watch that episode after the stream. That's hysterical. He only likes her because she's old. She's probably 25. Scott Pilgrim is definitely a vibe like that. It's not ungently weeping, that's fair enough. It is a hideous guitar. It looks like it was like designed by an 8-year-old. Which is kind of hilarious. Oh my god. That police officer looks ready to rock. Some kids must see this and actually want to be cops. Somehow, I don't think a rocking defense attorney would work too well. Not like you'll ever know, Apollo. Oh! An 8-year-old or Detective Gumshoe, same difference. How would you ever know? Ooh, thank you for that as well, Malkiel. I appreciate that. An old-fashioned speaker hangs from the ceiling. That must be to monitor what's happening out on stage. I think we have the same kind for my school's PA system. It does look like an old school PA. Yeah, what's going on with the food here? A delicious bowl of stew. Made of plastic. Huh. Bottom of the bowl has a G on it. They sell these at concerts? Whatever happened to t-shirts? Souvenir plastic stew? Who's the audience for that? Who's out there buying a plastic stew to support the band? Very curious. I do kind of enjoy that song. I think it's a really good song. Hey, beeping box on the floor. Let's go where the beeping box tells us to go. Postcard of Lamoire. I can't read a single word of the sentence at the bottom. Lucy might want one of these. I'll show it to her next time we're here. I thought he was going to take one, but no. Apollo is so straight-laced that even though he's an adventure game protagonist, he won't steal. Go figure. Thick leather gloves and sunglasses. Maybe I'll try these on. On second thought, no. It might be evidence for one of Prosecutor Gavin's cases. Yeah, I'm sure he just leaves evidence lying around his dressing room. Police uniform. Next to it is a policeman's hat and a pair of handcuffs. The band is really into the police? Must be Prosecutor Gavin's bad influence. How rock and roll is all about being rebellious. It's bootlicking rock and roll. That is also a thing, unfortunately. Yeah, I feel like Apollo's kind of got like Raiden syndrome here. Like, I don't know if he's as cool as the other guy. Probably never done it, Gammy Gumbo. Such a shame. Chains dangle from the ceiling. They aren't glamorous, but I bet Detective Sky would have something to say about them. It's kind of weird that the dressing room just has chains everywhere. Gives the whole room a little bit of a dungeon vibe. Strange. There's graffiti on the mirror. And lipstick. Wait, but the Gaviners are all guys. Prosecutor Gavin wears lipstick? I mean, for a rock band, would not be super unusual. Anything else to see around here? Oh, this other guitar. The guitar looks like it was made out of a cop car door. That's right, Trucy's not here to set me straight. Now I feel kind of lonely. I'm sorry, are you actually so accustomed to having a straight man to your shtick that you're like looking behind you like where's the response? That's how you know you've taken your shtick too far. That's a little much right there. Chains are totally in right now. Are we talking like accent chains, or are the chains the focus of the room? I need to take notes on this. Is there a Martha Stewart episode about chains you can point me to? Yeah, for a rock band, that's pretty baseline. That's that's where you start right there. Yeah, I know Apollo's gotten a lot of hate, but so far, the worst thing I'd say about him is not as cool as Phoenix. And that's not anything to get too upset about, I think. Oh, Flight Simulator in VR seems like a very cool experience. I know probably my favorite game that I've played in VR was X-Wing. I imagine it's similar in some respects. Oh yeah, I mean, I think D. Snyder is trying to make a point there, but still, that would have been pretty cool, most definitely. Yeah, if your shtick doesn't work without a straight man, it's dangerous. That is, it's true. Apparently, Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart are legitimately good friends, which is just the wildest thing. All right, so I think we saw everything in here. Let's go ahead and wander around backstage. We are an unsupervised child now. Fear us. Hey, it's you, that right kid. Detective Sky. I'll let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's... Emma, I need you to make sure you never say that when there isn't sufficient context. That sounds really bad. People are going to get some ideas, and Jesus Christ. I don't even know where to start with that one, Emma. Introduce your landlord to the guillotine? I'm down with that. I second this. White powder memories. Can't believe that was an actual phrase in this game. That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? Snacking. You think I want to be here? Me, in charge of security in this pit? Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing with that glimmer's fop. Apparently he's all upset because something was stolen. Wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door here lead to? Come on, that's Lamoroir's dressing room. I don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snackoos in your face. What is that? Like a bit of a Slim Jim? I'm assuming it's not a Slim Jim. I don't think Japan would have Emma Sky eating Slim Jims, although that would be pretty hysterical. Just sort of imagine Emma doing the old snap into a Slim Jim commercials now, and my day is made. Glimmer's fop is such a great turn of phrase, oh my god. So here's the thing we learned about Emma, is Emma applied to be in the forensics department of the police office, and she failed the test. Emma is not a forensic scientist for the police department. She is a regular-ass detective. Against her will, and she's now mad all the time about it. So that's why she's on security detail, unfortunately. I mean, a Slim Jim is a meat stick, so maybe it is meat. Maybe it is that. Sausages! I hope she's not eating sausages. Oh my god, Emma. Yet, it is nice that they changed the dynamics a little bit. That would have been boring otherwise. Surely the entire world is a fan of Macho Man Randy Savage. He is the greatest. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? It does not seem like it's true. Let's take a quick look around before we talk to her, because we didn't get to look in here before. What kind of white powder friendship do you have just telling everybody? I'm sorry, I shouldn't get all up in her business like that. That's very rude of me. You are correct. Cream always rises to the top. I've been to the top of the mountain. Oh, I love that guy so much. I'm not supposed to laugh hysterically every time he speaks, but I do. pretty sturdy looking box there. Even it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I could even carry it. She snagged me. What did she do with the snaku that made that wooden sound, Apollo? Is that what your hair sounds like? How much gel is in that hair? So yes, these games take place in a alternate universe California, in which the state has had significantly more Japanese cultural influence than in the real world. That's not how heads should sound. Yeah, basically the only reason they do that is because in the first, the translation of the first game, which was done by a third party, they decided to put it in California. And when it came around to the second game, it was very clear that the game is supposed to take place in Japan, which it did in the original script. But they decided not to contradict the first game and just kind of rolled with it. I think they did as good a job as you could do that. Come on, that's amazing. Governor's guilty as charged tour poster. Plastered all over the place. It's annoying. Well, this is the concert venue. It makes sense. Why? Everyone here is already here. Why advertise to them? People like to see the poster at the concerts. It's part of the experience. You have to find fault with everything I say. Snack would be. Don't throw snacks at people. That's incredibly rude. Yeah, basically when I think of the idea of a more Asian influenced California, Big Hero 6 is what I think of instantly. And we even looked it up because we're like, is that where they got the idea? The Big Hero 6 comic was written before Phoenix Wright, but the Big Hero 6 movie, which is where most people know of it, came out after Phoenix Wright. Come to think of it, I am a little thirsty. I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea. You want tea so bad, go buy it yourself. She's snagging with me. I'll take a tea. I guess we're buying Emma some tea out of the machine on threat of snackers, I suppose. What? My God. I am honestly really glad we've finally gotten to this point because, like, Emma was in 2 previous games and everyone was making snackers jokes in those games, and she doesn't actually eat them until this game. So I'm just like, what are you talking about? It's not a thing. Pre-snackers? I mean, are those like bitten into already? Are we able to catch them before they hit the floor? That's the question too. What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lamor's bodyguard dropped it. Emma! Will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? Ah, you think you're going to pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling on and on about whatever? You're going to be sorely disappointed. I gotta stop munching. Emma seems bad at her job, and I'm starting to understand how maybe she failed that test. That munching noise, oh my God. It is very relatable. Don't want to do my job, I just want to eat snacks. That's kind of my life right there. I'm down. What's that odd looking doll doing here? Oh, that's the blue badger. Well, I guess she's side-eyeing me while snacking. It's a heck of a character model. Could you try either talking or munching, but not both? Snagged me. There's me right going out my way. Sorry, I don't speak snackers. Emma, I'm pretty sure you can stop eating for long enough to say a sentence. I feel like that's gonna be okay. I am very fortunate in the fact that at the data center I work at, the company that manages the data center provides free pop and snacks. So there is a mini fridge outside our office full of soda and a rack with like snack-sized chips, and it's just free, and that's amazing, and I fucking love it. So this is Lamoire's dressing room. So she's got number 2. Do you even think about going in there? What was that? Was that a gunshot? What is going on? You, out of my way. Emma! Lamoire! Lamoire! Not locked. I'm going in. July 7th, 9:30 p.m. Lamoire's dressing room. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. Ah! It's Lamoire's manager, Mr. What's-His-Name. Zeus! Oh no! Hey, you! Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. Want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... He's alive! Mr. Latus, can you hear me? Shot. I was shot. Thank you for using the last of your fading strength to tell us the thing that we already know. I appreciate that. Who shot you? I don't know. Ask what? Ask. Witness? There was a witness? So cold. Witness. You're cold. Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help us on the way. Let's see. Hang in there, Mr. Latus. Tell me, who is the witness? Witness. Siren. How would a siren witness anything? Mr. Latus! Nice. Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. I sworn I heard a door close. Concert's been canceled. Backup's on the way. Mr. Latus? That is me. Terrible. Lost him. Amazingly, he died after Apollo did absolutely nothing to save him. Crazy. Romain Latus, shot. I heard his last words. The witness is the siren. Whatever that means. July 7th, backstage hallway. Venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good work, Tyrion. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. Investigation time then, yeah, Fräulein Detective? I don't need some rock and rolling prosecutor to tell me that. One request I must make. Tell no one, on staff or otherwise, anything of this. Ooh, a gag order. No word gets out, other than Mr. Latus is dead. No word of the cause of death or of the murder. Tell no one, not even Lamoire? Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this, Herr Forehead. Yours too, Fräulein. That? Investigation request? Why just us? You two are civilians. It's standard procedure. Should be okay to sign, I think. Oh, this is going to end up badly, isn't it? We're going to regret signing that, I think. Somebody dropped his lettuce. Oh, God. We didn't touch anything, thankfully, including the body, who we probably should have touched because he wasn't dead yet, and maybe we should have helped him a little bit. Well, he tried nothing, and they're out of ideas. You should run that by a lawyer. Somebody that actually knows the law, maybe. Possibly. Right. Well, get started with the investigation. I'm on it already. Ah, and one tip for you. Huh? Me? I had to get in the Fraulein detective's way. He's in a foul mood today. Yeah, I wonder why. We were all questioned as witnesses. And now none of us can go home. We'll investigate all right. Our way. Somehow I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon. I still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon. There's no time for navel-gazing. Let's crack this case. Don't worry about Trucy. Seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is. Something the matter? No, let's get cracking. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Latusse's last words. Yeah, let's recap it from 45 seconds ago. I've already forgotten. It was like so long ago. I was a different person back then. Witness is Siren. First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. I mean, we already heard the term earlier in the case, but I suppose he forgot that too. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the prosecution can do basically whatever they feel like in this universe. Hey, Hooded Whale Hog, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Alright, so first order of business, is there anything new to examine? Oh good, it's all marked as new. Has anything changed then? Looks like an instrument case. Big instrument case. There's a great magic trick you can do with one of these. Huh? What kind? A miraculous, beautiful girl escapes the case illusion. So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape? So picky. Apollo is passionate about few things in life, but the Oxford comma is apparently one of them. Concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour. I love that name, Guilty as Charged. It's kind of negative to me. Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Trucy presents the Innocent as Charged tour. Kind of loses its impact, doesn't it? I don't think anyone can be innocent as charged. You're not charged with being innocent, I don't think. So you had permission to rock for a period and then shenanigans happened? Yeah, we were at a concert and Apollo hated it because he's very old and then someone got shot and that kind of brought the vibe down. Unfortunately. I'm thirsty, Apollo. Want something to drink? How about this one? Steel Samurai Soda. Now in real steel flavor. Huh? Here, my treat. Hey, this isn't enough change. Machines outside are cheaper. This one's highway robbery. Of course, since the band is assumed to be rich, they put the expensive ones backstage. Why not name it after a good movie? Ouch. It's the Blue Badger, the police mascot. Blue Badger have something to do with the band? Oh yeah! Blue Badger is the Gaviner's mascot too! Huh, go figure. I hear those things fly off the shelves. Take a closer look at one someday. But not today for some reason. Okay, now look at that again. What's that? Looks like some kind of future phone. Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset. What's a headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Latouche might have been wearing it? One of those bodyguards? I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. It must be on. Interesting. That's the Governor's dressing room. Crime scene was Lamroir's dressing room. Next door. You know where clues might be hiding, Apollo? Let's case this joint. After you, true CPI. Favorite coin shots everywhere. What is real steel flavor? That sounds horrible. Lamroir's dressing room. Scene of the crime. We're not supposed to go in there. Aren't we involved? Are we duty-bound to investigate? Sadly, no. Well, the situation being what it is, well, maybe our best chance to do some snooping. Speaking of, let's check our inventory real quick. We've got the lyrics sheet right here. Definitely looks familiar. And we got the signatures right there. I recognize that G from a bunch of stuff in Gavin's dressing room. Rusted Bones! I don't think I like that soda. I don't think I enjoy that. And we also have the investigation request. Let's see what it says. To ensure the efficiency and secrecy of our investigation, the bearer is hereby ordered to speak to no one outside the investigation concerning any details of the case. I mean, that seems innocent enough, but I know these games. This is a trap. All right. I believe we have investigated everything again. So, can we move now? All right, so let's see if we can go in the Governor's dressing room first. See if anybody's around. July 7th, Governor's dressing room. Huh, looks like nobody's here. Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case, too. No rest for the wicked. No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rockin'. Rock, rock! Did you just say rock, rock instead of chop, chop? Alright, so I don't see anything different. Now that we have Trucy, I'm sure she has some sassy things to say, so let's see what we got here. That speaker looks familiar. Oh? Yeah, like the one for the PA system back in school. Oh, we have one of those in my classroom, too. Oh, that's right, she's still in junior high. I feel old. You are old, Apollo. Disgustingly old. What's a police recruitment poster doing here? Rock on with the police. You're trying to trick kids and thinking the police is some kind of band. That's just silly. Who'd name a band the police? They're gonna go super hard with that joke, aren't they? I think that's the second reference we've had there. God damn it. Ugh. A guitar! That's the legendary AA400, the Red Badger. Oh, rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic. Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it. Ah, the fickleness of youth. You should dye your hair badger red, too. I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much. Ah, the stubbornness of age. Walked right into that one. Yeah, he's got one foot in the grave already at that age. Meanwhile, Devo. Police uniform hangs on the stand here. Ooh, I want to try it on. Nothing to see here. Move along. Okay, you don't have to go that far to be special. I mean, you're not exactly the type who's just... God! I'm going to find the person who translated this section and I'm going to have words with them. Really? You think so? I guess you're right. I feel like a meanie for making that insinuation. God damn it. Those are some pretty heavy-duty gloves. Maybe you have to carry around hot pots or something? They are a little thick. I couldn't even stuff a pigeon in those. That's exactly what I was thinking. Look, it's a postcard of Lamoir. What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen this before. Must be your native tongue. Borgini. Oh, God. So it is the same country as from the previous game. I think it's a different font, though. Borginian, huh? And now we've decided to steal the postcard. Had to wait until Trucy was around so we had plausible deniability. Oh, that's a different script, though. I'm disappointed they didn't use the same font from when she was speaking. That would have been awesome. Alright. Why is that plastic bowl of stew sitting there? You may use it for interrogating bad guys. Fess up to what you did, and we'll let you eat that stew. That's just mean. It gets worse. See, if a bad guy confesses, they say, okay, eat it. If you can. See, it's made of plastic. It's like, you don't know which of the real, you don't know which ones are the real bad guys. I think you need to take a deep breath, Trucy. That is a little overdramatic. Even for Trucy, honestly. This is decorated like a high school dance. I'm sorry? No, this one we're sticking on. Hang on, Apollo, what the fuck high school did you go to? Chat, have you gone to any high school dances where there's chains dangling from the ceiling? I mean, paper chains, sure, but like, those appear to be nailed to the wall at the top. I don't know there. Especially because he was commenting on the handcuffs and boots before. I'm like, what? What high school are you thinking of, buddy? High school in Pretty Little... Maybe that's where Apollo went to school. Maybe that's a prequel or a sequel to this game. That's gotta be. I'm saying that's canon now. Apollo Justice takes place in the Pretty Little Liars universe. Pretty Little Liars extended universe. Police Academy movie, that would actually make sense. Police Academy Junior. I would not watch that. So I think our decorations were paper, not chains. That's a very different thing than Apollo. Jesus Christ. Scavengers are into chains. It's part of their image. Huh, no kidding. Ever since they used chains on the cover art for Gonna Lock You Up. They're really into the whole police thing, aren't they? It'd be cooler if they turned that red light on. I refuse. I'm not reading that. I'm not doing it. I won't. I'm not doing it. I'm through. I'm finished. Had enough. Go to hell, game. Oh, I didn't even see that coming, and I'm so mad about it. I'm so mad. That's what, like, the fourth police joke in this room so far. God damn it. Damn it, Malkill. Oh, God. I'm fast and furious now. God damn it. I'm gonna find this translator. I'm gonna have words. Someone drew the Governor's mark in lipstick here. Lipstick? I'd like to wear lipstick someday. Oh, you don't use lipstick yet, Trucy? Daddy won't let me. Not until I learn to play piano, he says. Wait a long time then, I'm afraid. Ooh, a cruiser guitar. They sold those to commemorate 5 years of the band. Rocking it hard under the speed limit. There's a cruiser bass and a cruiser drum set and a cruiser keyboard. Even a cruiser whistle. not sure about that last one. It's for blowing the whistle on criminals. I don't think that requires an actual whistle, Trucy. Now you're just trying to find fault in everything, Apollo. Chill the hell out. Think we've investigated everything in here now. So yeah, very good. Let's get out of here. Are you sending an SOS? I was gonna, but then you put it like that. Now I don't wanna. Alright, let's see if we can get into Lemuroir's dressing room. We were told not to go in there, but also it's an adventure game. July 7th, Lemuroir's dressing room. Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. You're attorneys, no? Couldn't you wait until you have a client? What's yours to tell me to ask the witness, the siren? It's dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Bear me all you want. You get no snacks from me. Please! Think of poor Lemuroir. Oh well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it. Right! Try not to touch anything. Let's look. And she's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here, I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted. You can tell that Apollo has a highly keen investigative sense, in the sense that he is at the scene of a murder and he thinks there's clues there. That's incredible insight right there from a true master of the craft. God damn it, Malkill! Alright. Let's go ahead and examine the scene and then we'll talk to Emma, see if she has anything to say. What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies. Huh? Nothing. It's, nothing. Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you were thinking, right? When you arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out. And the air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small. What if the killer were about your size, Trucy? I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you. No, I know, of course I didn't think you did it. Hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Trucy did it. I know it! I knew it all along. Guess it right at the beginning. You all heard it. Alright, let's get this over with. Huh, another ladder. Actually, it's technically a step ladder. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. I'm less worried about the step ladder, more worried about why it's there. Is the ladder there? Oh, I'm right. There's something on the ceiling? I still say it's a step ladder. The oldest and most baffling joke in the Ace Attorney series. Still have no idea why they insisted on that becoming a long-running gag. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? The pipe's in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Yes, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. Hard to hear Mr. Latusse's last words. Also used hate rock and roll. These foot holes? Looks like it. There are two here in this wall. From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. First shot must have missed. But there are two holes. Would that mean two misses? The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. Very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Ouch! Sounds painful. Hitting. I wonder about this murder weapon. What else we got? On the floor here. Ooh, what a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma? You're not gonna say, can I have it, please, are you? Oh. Look, you may be a cute little girl at 15. It doesn't mean you get any special treatment with me. Oh. Not healthy to envy the young, Emma. Not about envy. It's about tampering with evidence. Note to self. Emma lacks any sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. I'm familiar about that brooch. Out of the crime scene seems strangely familiar. If we can get a closer look at it. Nothing too interesting, I don't think. Sort of pin fastener for attaching things to clothes. Not a safety pin type, though. That's not a safety pin? Is that a danger pin? Well, if you stuck it in your eye, then yeah, sure. But you do that with safety pins, too, for that matter. Thanks for taking the fun out of my danger pin. Aw, you're driving a danger pin through my heart here. I kind of like the term danger pin. That is amazing. And yes, as usual, Paul's stick in the mud. And he's calling out Emma for being, having no sense of humor. Just rude, really. Who's he still after that brooch clean? No way! No one that bad, get your daddy to buy it for you. And he always says, Juicy, if you want something, go find or borrow it. Oh, and when in doubt, beg. Leave it to Mr. Right. Be concerned about Juicy's future. I'm more concerned about the owner of that brooch. That is worth being concerned about Juicy's future, though. That's... What the hell, Phoenix? There's another Gaviner's poster here. I'm just about sick of seeing these personally. Maybe I'll tear it down. Ha! No tampering with the crime scene, Emma. Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds. Don't look at me! Please don't murder Josie. What's this poster? Let's see. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. A poster for a different show. But I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. Is that a... Feels like it's a reference. But for Detective Conan, I do enjoy me some Detective Conan. And luckily, if you like Detective Conan, there's basically an infinite amount of Detective Conan out there. I think the thing I find hilarious about Detective Conan is in the interest of keeping it going forever, they've basically abandoned their entire premise. Like, there used to be a running plot with that series, now they're just like, nah, never mind. We need to keep this money train going. Ah, Apollo! Look at that thing! It's huge! That's a TV! Yeah, a wide flat screen TV. I want one of these. You'll be wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Wright was, then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in law. Wait, stomp on my dreams? Why don't you? I guess this was the time when seeing a TV that big would have been unusual. Game is a bit old, even if it does take place in 2026, apparently. It's just Peter Pan now. For anybody that doesn't know, the premise of Detective Conan is you had this, like, teenage, like, high school age detective who got poisoned by the mob when he was investigating them, but instead of the poison killing him, it turned him into a small child. And now he's actually pretending to be a small child, because he knows if the mob finds out he survived, they'd come after him and finish him off. So the premise was supposed to be that, like, over time, he was gonna, like, figure out who done it and find a way to take down the rest of the mob and find a way to turn himself back into a high school student. But in the interest of keeping the series running forever, they just basically don't talk about that anymore. But the good thing is, if anyone here ever wants to get into Detective Conan, If you want to know what a good starting point is, literally wherever. Basically every episode or series of episodes with the same name is a standalone murder mystery. So literally just pick one with the cool sounding title and watch that one, and that's a good place to get into it. I know some streaming service usually has a couple of seasons up somewhere, so just take a look around and see what you can see. If you like murder mysteries, like pretty traditional, like old school, like PBS style murder mysteries, it fits the bill very well. Oh, Spice Chipmunk, Detective Conan was one of your favorite manga as a kid. Very cool. Excuse me. I don't think I've ever actually read any of the manga, but I've watched a couple of iterations of the animated series. Slowly aging towards a child-sized affordable coffin. I don't think he's going backwards, so thankfully. I think he's just stuck there as a kid. But luckily, no one seems to be aging. Like, I think all of his high school friends are still in high school, even though the series has been running for like 30 years. Like 21 Jump Street, but weird. You know, that's the weirdest way I can think to describe Detective Conan, but it does fit. I'll give you that. Ooh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please? Absolutely not. I know. Still, a yearn. You're not the only one eyeing that fruit here. Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Right. Whoa, stop it. Are you too crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better. She tempted me. She's temptress. Just grow up. All right, so lesson learned, putting Trucy and Emma in the same room is dangerous. Just sort of feed off each other, it seems. Was during that weird time when publishers expected Western audiences couldn't relate to Japanese characters and culture. Yeah, oh, that was a bad time. One of the very first animes I ever saw was Galaxy Express 39 by Leiji Matsumuro, which is an incredible and very beautiful series. But unfortunately, the first time the movie was brought to the US, it was brought over by, I shit you not, Roger Corman, the famous maker of terrible B-movies in quantity, and they Americanized the shit out of it. I believe the protagonist's name in Japanese was Tetsuro, and in America it was, of course, Billy. So yeah, it was a bit of a mess, and it's since been relicensed and retranslated. Although, and this is one of the spicier hot takes I think I've ever had on the channel, I argue, at least as terms of editing, the Corman version made some smart decision. At least one smart decision. Which, like, growing up was my favorite part of the movie, and then I learned later on it was only an edit in the American version. Basically, in the original Japanese version, the protagonist is trying to find his mother. And at the end of that movie, spoilers for a movie that is older than half of this channel right now, he finds her and speaks to her just as she's dying. In the American version, there is an edit that I thought was really interesting, which is where he thinks he finds her, but then loses her again. And he basically has to leave without knowing for certain the fate of his mother. I thought that was kind of cool. It left an uncertain note that I liked a lot. Let's see. What else we got in here? Anything else? I know we got another scene, because I can see that blinking arrow over there. Trying to see if there's anything else in this one. Don't think there is. All right. Check over here. What an amazing bouquet. I mean, it's giant. Not sure I approve. It'd be better if this flower was a bit more... Oh! Ah! The flower fell off! What happened to preserving the crime scene, Emma? Fine, fine. I'll just put it back. See? Scientific. Quit breaking things, Emma. You're supposed to be the adult in this room. Crush it. What are you accusing me of? I mean, if you're accusing me of being a weird weirdo, yes, but not like that. Eat your hamburgers, Paul. These mirrors lined up like this makes me feel like I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room. It's supposed to be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Bourguignon? All I know is they sure don't make it for much of a clue. Yeah, we tried. The murder weapon, though. This is a murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver? That's right, a big .45 caliber revolver. Ow! I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of these. Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't... Listen, I was out in the hall eating snack who's been there. I know! No one here thinks you did it, Emma. Hard to tell with you sometimes, Paula. Hey, what have I done? Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right? Quite possibly. I think she did it, fuck Emma. We were literally with her at the time. We're her alibi. Alright, let's see if there's anything noteworthy with this revolver. Oh, we can inspect the chamber. The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see? Revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonder Bar. Especially if you say it really fast. I guess? You know what I always used to think? I used to think the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing? So many different words, so many different people. Like Trucy. What was any of that? What is wrong with Trucy? Where did any of that come from? We're not her accomplice to it. Let's see, follows, we may have rented out a private theater room and getting catering for the UFC fight tomorrow. Holy shit! Good follows, that is awesome. I hope you have a fantastic time. I hope some good fights. And yeah, I hope the catering is delicious as well. I love me some good catering. Quantum superposition. Somehow I feel like if she couldn't pass the forensics exam, she probably can't figure out quantum superposition. .45 caliber revolver, very deadly. You know, Apollo, I was wondering, what's a caliber and what does the 45 mean? Huh? You want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. Bullet, in other words. Bigger bullets do more damage. Wow, chalk 1 point up for forensic science. You know it. But it's not 45 inches, right? That'd be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use, Ms. Science? Well... Oh, kids shouldn't ask so many questions. I don't know the answer to that one either. If anybody here knows, I would be curious. And also, if anyone does know the answer, I will gift upon you the award of knows more about guns than Emma, whose job is to know about guns. Which I think is a nice title, personally. It's a body, isn't it? We're gonna traumatize the shit out of this kid. There he is, the victim no less. Take a closer look. Come on, Trucy, let's get all up in this dead body. Ah! Go ahead, Apollo, you first. Hey, no, you should go first, Trucy. Oh my god. Apollo, don't tell the child to get up and put that body. Hey, Punisher, welcome in. So Apollo and Trucy went to a Gaviner's concert for Prosecutor Gaviner from the last case. And his guest artist was murdered. So we're investigating that now. Also, welcome in, Punisher. Hope you're doing good. The girth of the bullet. So what kind of bullet would be max girth then, I wonder? Allie Lordswood, welcome in. Trucy asked the question, what is the unit of measurement for bullets? How do you get the 45 in a 45 caliber? And Emma did not know, and I don't know either. She never looks at her snack bag. As long as she doesn't collapse the quantum state, that bag is neither full nor empty. Cartoon logic. I like it. I like it. Max girth is artillery. I like that. That honestly sounds like that should be a bumper sticker on Max Girth's car. Do you have a gun to handle Max Girth? No gun can handle Max Girth. Can you believe that the whole Max Girth gag is approaching like 9 years old? This channel's getting old, man. Ooh, where are you going, Punisher? Got somewhere tasty? I hope so. It's also different for big naval guns. Caliber is a ratio. For instance, my ship had a 3-inch 50 cal, so a 3-inch bore was 150-inch length. Oh, interesting, interesting. Also very confusing. We were talking earlier in the stream about how pudding has a different definition depending on what country you're in. That also seems confusing. Joke's almost old enough for middle school. Don't put it like that. That hurts too much. Oh, lasagna. We were talking about lasagna earlier in the stream. I do love this one. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? Why don't you got snack news again? Not too annoying. Also, don't get crumbs in the crime scene, Emma. Alright, let's see what we got here. Ah! Is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about, red stuff than I do. Yep. Says who? It's strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Oh, look at his hand. Holding something. Hey, no touching. You get all the snacks to be like, Emma. Sooner or later, you're gonna run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. Ah, see there? He's holding something. What's this? Keyring? He might belong to the killer? Certainly a possibility. Unusual keyring. What unusual keys? And one of the keys is shaped like a guitar. This could be a vital clue. Alright, we'll take a look at that in a second as well. Sriracha. His dying act was to spill sriracha all over the floor so no one else would have to eat it. I think it's too spicy. The number before the caliber is internal barrel size in millimeters or inches, I believe. I don't think it would be... I mean, it wouldn't be inches because a 45 caliber is not 45 inches long. That's like what? It's like almost 4 feet. I would not want to fire a 4-foot-long revolver. Inconvenience. But we do know, we did learn, Groshin, that was fake blood. That was fake blood in that case. So there is that. Yeah, the fact she's looking at a dead body and she's still snacking. I mean, I guess when you're in the, when you're in the business, as it were, like you get used to it eventually. Oh my God, Coach McGurk. One of my favorite characters in comedy. Absolutely amazing. I used to quote that episode where he starts rambling about swords so much. I love that. Thought he was holding a keyring. Wonder what it could mean. Must mean something. You look like the kind Mr. Latouche. Question is, whose keyring is it? Well, you're practically a detective here, Apollo. Practically? And it brings them so much joy to mock me. It's just so easy, Apollo. Make it so easy. Deadly premonition has forensics. You know you're not wrong. Oh, right, because you got that period right there. That's a really confusing way to put it. I don't know. Sometimes specialty terminology like that baffles me. That seems like the most backwards way. Like number a size or something like that. Calibers are annoying. Apparently 0.223 and 5.56 are similar. That is baffling. But also I work in technology and nothing makes sense in there, so I can't really complain. There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped keyring. The middle key is shaped like a guitar? I get it. It must be the key to a guitar case. Guitar case key. But I know who this belongs to. Did see one of those. Maybe we can even try it? Find out? Also, I can't help but notice that one of the keys just says Goral. Goral, you know it's true. Alright, what else we got? Anything else to note here? What was the blood and key ring, the big here? That was it. Alright, what else we got in here? This is one of those things, right? It's barbers? I don't know what this is called either. Permanent dryer. Want me to curl those bangs of yours? No thanks. Better not mess with his hair, Emma. Part of his identity, you know? Basically. One of those things? If he's trying to impress Emma, I don't think that's working. Hey, Emma, I know that. I've seen that before. That's a... Yep. Yeah, I've seen that. I know what that is. Even in death, his beard game is on point. If he had been shot, like, in the neck, the beard would have reflected the bullets. I feel this very strongly. Wouldn't let anyone touch your hair once you spiked it. I forget... I don't think I've told this story on stream before. When I was working at Circuit City, my boss there hated my hair with a ferocious passion. And he thought it was really stupid. And so finally once, he's like, I will give you $100 cash if you let me take you to my personal barber and get you a decent haircut. And being like 20 at the time, I'm like, I would like $100. Sure, let's do this. So he dragged me down to his barber and gave me a like some 41 style spike haircut. And I don't remember what kind of product he gave me, but basically like I could smooth my hand over my hair and the spikes would just snap right back up. It was impressive. And that does mean that like basically all day I was just going like this to the spikes because it was hilarious to me. Oh, I'm sorry, girl. That always sucks when you have like a product, you're like, I've tried everything and this is the good one and they stop making it. Also, if you wonder how that story ends, I did get my $100 and then immediately let my hair grow back out to the length I usually kept it at, which made him super mad. But also, that wasn't part of the deal, so. But when did you get the decent? Apparently he thought that was the decent haircut, I guess. You're in too deep. Oh, God. It was a weird look for me. I don't think it fit me, personally. Look at all these presents. Lamowar sure is popular. Ooh, I wonder what's inside. We can't open them, can we? Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of these boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. Could be anything. I'm never having a birthday party again. Traumatizing the hell out of these poor children. Sir, you rented my hair for the duration of one haircut. I hope he got his money's worth. I mean, I did exactly what the agreement was. I went with him to the barber shop. I said nothing. I let him do whatever he told me how to do. But there we go. I know some 41 were touring recently. I don't know if there's their final tour or not. Might have been something bad or it was too expensive to make it cost. Also could just be a thing where, like, I know this happens to me all the time. There's even a term for it. It's something like a product harbinger or something like that. Basically, if there's ever a flavor of soda, like a new flavor of soda that I like, it means it's going away. Because I'm the weird one and I like the stuff that nobody else likes. So yeah, it's possible that even though it was like the best one for you, maybe nobody else did that. Like I said, it happens to me for food constantly. Like every time there's something new at a fast food joint, I'm like, oh, this is amazing. This is my new favorite thing. And it's gone instantly. Drives me nuts. Oh, so you had to shave a buddy's head when you were 20, you lost the foot race? Oh my God, I've never gotten to do that. That sounds amazing. Also, J4G, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Glad to have you with us. Mystery boxes filled with motive. I mean, there might be clues in there. We should check. Yeah, Phoenix is probably like me, and he's probably giving gifts like in like plastic shopping bags. Oh, silicone, yeah. I can see that being a problem. That's unfortunate. I feel like every couple of years, like I see Sobeys around. Like, I feel like somebody is bringing them back for nostalgia occasionally, but it has been a while since I've seen it. Also, I mention this occasionally, and I'm going to keep mentioning it until like it actually happens, but a game we may see on this channel at some point is this really shitty-ass third-person sci-fi shooter called Run Like Hell. And basically the entire reason I'm going to be playing it is because this was a weird time in gaming where some people were trying to see if there was a way they could cram sponsorships into games. So in this game, there are no health packs. Instead of health packs, it is Balls energy drink with a little trademark next to it. It's actually like a 3D model of the little bottle. And it is absolutely the stupidest thing every single time you come across it. You're just like, oh no, I was mauled by a hideous xenomorph and now I'm bleeding out of every orifice on my body. Time to knock back an ice cold Balls energy drink. I don't remember the slogan or I'd be saying it right now. Siamese, your cousins had that on the OG Xbox. I played the PC version and I think I just kept getting killed by like the second or third enemy, and I hated everything about it. And just every time I picked up one of the energy drinks, I'm just like, this game's so stupid. Yeah, I guess the reason we haven't played it on stream yet is because I don't think it's very good, but like, that part is hilarious to me, it really is. Although I haven't seen this myself, but I believe when Death Stranding first came out, the energy drinks in there were monster due to a licensing agreement. But apparently it was a limited time deal, and if you play Death Stranding now, they're not monster energy drinks. Required always on internet connection and loaded ads during, oh god. True story, there's a game on, or I don't think it's available on Steam anymore. There was a side-scroller, a fan-made game for Half-Life 2 called Project Gordon. And it is a goddamn nightmare to get working today because they had an ad banner on the title screen. Not for actual advertising. It was meant to advertise like their own products, like when they came out with new games. They thought it would be cool if the banner would change to advertise it. But of course their server's down and it actually stops the game from booting now. You have to mod the game to get it to boot. which is absolutely awful. It can be done though. I think check out PC Gaming Wiki if you're interested. PC Gaming Wiki also has the way to acquire the game if you want it, because it was a free game and it is still on the Steam servers, but you can't find it directly anymore. That game was cool. That was a really fun game. I keep thinking about playing it on stream at some point. I'm just really bad at platformers. Yeah, De Novo's gonna be apocalyptic when that happens too, unfortunately. Look, there's a little window over here. The killer escaped through that. Really big enough for me to get my head through. Not to mention it only opens a crack. What? I was just saying it's possible. Right, no harm in that. But I'm pretty sure it is impossible. You can peek into the room through it though, you know. All right, we're gonna have to keep that in mind because that sounds like something that's gonna come up. On that note, I think we have seen everything to see. Good here. So, oh, we have to talk to Emma though. Hang on, let's push screens and see what she's got to say here. Sorry, which game is this? I believe it was called Project Gordon, and it was a fan-made Flash-based side-scroller based on Half-Life 2. That was very fun back in the day, but because it had an ad banner on the title screen, that actually breaks the game from booting without making some changes to it. Why does the window open at all if there's a big fat do not open under it? That's a good question. Just like nail it shut. Epoxy it shut. Mr. Romain Latouche, was it? He was Lamar's manager, interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country. I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. It doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Lamar. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks. The big man, or was. I don't think even I would win a fight with him. Why, whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more information. Like when you tell a child they can have 2 cookies when they leave the one in front of them alone when you leave? That seems elaborate for a rock and roll dressing room. Emma threw us directly under the bus. How dare. Alright, what else we got here? Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You do? That's true, it was us who found the body. What? I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot enter the room, the killer was already gone. What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room? The window's a little too small, isn't it? History of the disappearing killer. It is a good question. Although Apollo thought he heard a door closing, Emma said she didn't see anyone outside in the hallway. Which is also mysterious. Yeah, this is not good 4 feet away from a dead body music. It's a little too cheerful. It's strange. Yeah, and then we watch the man die, and he's like, please, you have to stop the bleeding. And we're like, Emma told us not to touch anything. You technically qualify as a thing in the room, and like, we're not supposed to. Sorry. He's like, my blood, all of my blood is leaving my body. And we're like, hey, I feel bad, but like, she's gonna throw snacks at me if I touch you, so I don't really want that, is all I'm saying. But my apologies. That is exactly how it happened. For anybody that missed that scene, please do not rewind the VOD. Just trust me on it. That's what happened there. All right, so we have yet to go to the stage. So let's go out there and see what we got out there. Yeah, the good thing is Apollo doesn't have his prints on anything, so luckily we're not going to get accused of the murder, hopefully. Plus we got Emma as a witness to say that we couldn't have done it. She's our alibi. Yeah, like that with both potato chips. Perfect. He could have treated the bleeding and gotten free sausage, possibly already bitten into sausage. That's the risk there. July 7th, in the wings. The stage looks empty. I was hoping to get a chance to talk to Prosecutor Gavin. Oh well, nothing to do but go to the crime scene, I guess. Yes. I mean, we can look around while we're here, see what we got. Meat pretzels? That sounds like a euphemism, and I don't want to know for what. Oh, God. I just thought of something, and that's going to live in my head, and it's not leaving. Containment will be kept for that. Look, a ladder. Guess they need one to work on the lights and such. Why don't you use a step ladder? I prefer step ladders, really. That's so wrong. Not wrong, just... Well, why do you prefer step ladders? You're so much more flexible than plain old ladders. I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you. Again, that is the cutest sprite right there, but, 2 step ladder jokes in one game. A decadent game. God damn it. All right. Her real ladder let her down. She's got ladder preferences. Is that the term for that Gamagumo? I've never seen that word before. What a big stage. On a whole other scale than the Wonder Bar. Lights were so bright I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert. I'd love to do my act on a stage like this someday. Hold back on the lights for my eyes' sake, please. You'll be too blinded by my magic to worry about the lights. Probably don't want to blind the audience if you plan on showing them magic. There was a WrestleMania once where like I think what happened was when they originally set up the lighting rig, they noticed that you couldn't see the crowd. It looked like a wrestling ring with a black void behind it on TV. And they're like, well, obviously you need to see that we're at a huge stadium with a huge crowd. So they pointed some of the lights at the audience. And then once like it got late in the evening and they turned those lights on, everybody who was in the first like 20 rows was completely blinded and couldn't see the ring anymore. So watching this WrestleMania on TV, they get to this big dramatic match and these two guys are in the ring going at it hardcore. And you hear the crowd in the background chanting, turn the lights off, clap, 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 turn the lights off, clap, clap, clap. It took a good like 5 minutes for somebody backstage to go, oh shit, we probably should, so they don't do this for the rest of the night. But they did finally turn it off, and like in the middle of the match, like all of a sudden there was a standing ovation from the crowd, and it was because they turned the lights off and they could actually see the show, which is absolutely hilarious to me. And the moral of that story is, if you're hiring someone to do your lighting rig, hire someone competent and then listen to what they have to say. That's the moral of that story. What else we got here? Yo, and the tech crew are the real hero. Sometimes, you know, if you hire competent people for those roles, you get amazing stuff. It's true. It's true. Also, I'm digressing a little here, but I have to because it's one of my favorite stories. Some of you folks may know I'm a huge wrestling fan. I love me some wrestling. I've been to a couple big live shows, and I once saw a WWE pay-per-view in Chicago. And I was there before the show started. And before the show started, there's a lot of tech people milling around and double checking the setup and everything. And one of the very last things they did is they sent a guy out with a push broom, and he used the push broom in the ring. Because obviously you don't want like debris or anything like a spare like wing nut in the ring because somebody will get seriously hurt like that. So he took a push broom and he push broomed the whole ring to make sure it was all clean. There wasn't any debris or construction bits or anything. And then after he did that, he's carrying the push broom out, and for some reason he's going up the ramp, the entrance ramp that all the wrestlers come in on as he's walking out. And the one thing you need to keep in mind is this is Chicago, and when it comes to Chicago, we're giant weirdos when it comes to wrestling. So the guy's walking up the ramp with a push broom, and the entire crowd, everyone there, a good 13,000 people in the seats, they all start chanting, "One more sweep, one more sweep, one more sweep." The guy gets to the top of the ramp. All of a sudden, he turns on a dime, sprints full bore down the ramp, dives into the ring, and starts sweeping like life depends on it. The entire crowd is rolling. I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard. That was the funniest thing. Absolutely amazing. That guy's probably like the least paid guy on the entire payroll, and the dude like just had the best day of his entire life. I bet that guy's still telling that story to this day. That guy is my hero. That guy's amazing. Whatever they were paying him, it wasn't enough. Double that guy's salary. Oh, God, amazing. I love it so much. Now, that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a contrabass, I think. You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet. Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? Wonder who left it sitting open like that. Wonder if that's going to be a clue as well. All right, Gamagumo, thanks for hanging around. You have a good rest. We'll see you around. 20 cents an hour, ouch. Geek Boy, you would have loved to see that, and you're not a wrestling fan. Unfortunately, since it was before the show, I don't think the cameras were even rolling, so there's like no footage of it. But it was the funniest thing. Absolutely beautiful. See what else we got here. Wow, that piano looks much bigger close up. Machi played so beautifully. Yeah, like a real pianist. That's just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone as good as Machi a pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. Yeah, unfortunately. Like, I don't think they start rolling the cameras till like a couple minutes before they turn on the show, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't think there's any video footage of that, tragically. Look at all these electronic devices. I'm guessing they have something to do with sound. Why, guess when we can fiddle. Let's see here. Don't touch that. Healthy curiosity is the key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle. That's what Daddy always says. You should require parental testing, clearly. I mean, when in doubt, fiddle is not a great thing for a crime scene investigator to think. Most definitely. Healthy curiosity is a good thing, but like, don't do that in a crime scene, for crying out loud. Trucy pushing that button right there. I used to, way back in the day, like in my college days, I used to run a Paranoia tabletop campaign. Amazing game, if you've never heard of it. And one of my players played a character who, basically his fatal flaw was if you put a button in front of him and he didn't know what it did, he'd just push it. And that basically meant I would design certain encounters around him. I just put something dangerous on a wall and a button and I just leave it unlabeled. And like, as soon as I'm describing the scene, I mention a button, like everyone at the table is like, I tackle him immediately. Trucy Top Symphony of the Night familiar. Deep cut, but I'm here for it. Rooks, you know what I'm talking about. That's amazing. So yeah, that was a fun time. All right. So I feel like we've seen everything now. Do we have to wander around into the dressing rooms and see if somebody's around? I don't know that there's anything else to do. Emma doesn't have anything else to say though. Can we show her anything? Not sure what we're supposed to be doing at this point. Yeah, she's not actually a princess. Do you have anything to show her there? If we move back to the stage, does anything happen? You know once? Nope. Let's see. Brooks, I've never gotten my tabletop gaming group to play Paranoia, but I do own a bunch of the books. Good deal, good deal. I will say Paranoia is basically perfect for one-shots. So that is a very fun thing. I'm trying to remember the name of my favorite scenario. It's a very old one. I believe it's called Me and My Shadow Mark V. Makes for a fantastic one-shot, and some of the gags in there are spectacular. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to take a quick peek at the guide. What am I missing here? What else am I supposed to be doing to trigger something here? So... shoot, it does look like we have to show Emma some more evidence. So let's do that. Call of Cthulhu also does make for very good one-shots. Although, like, Call of Cthulhu also has my favorite mega campaign, which is Horror on the Orient Express. It's designed so that there can be different, like, lengths to the campaign. But, like, the longest version of it could easily take a decade to run. And I love that. It basically turns the whole thing into like a campaign framework, basically. It's spectacular. It's really, really neat and well written, and like... Ooh. Oh, you're in a Call of Cthulhu game right now, Doc Bellin. That's awesome. That's awesome. What kind of character are you playing? I'm curious now. Let's ask her about the gun. So this is the murder weapon? Revolver is incredibly heavy. Been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. Odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair. Tell us. Just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange? Strange how? We talked to her again? Yeah. What do you think about this revolver? Well, it's pretty big and heavy. Right, it's 45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns as big. Really? Yeah, doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. Overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order extra spicy, just to be sure it's spicy. I know a lot of people that do this. Like, if they're going to a place that they don't know does good spicy food, they'll be like, make it as spicy as you humanly can and then put some more spice in it. And then they'll get it and it's like one rung above mild. Let's see, Rooks, I own an enormous amount of Call of Cthulhu tabletop, far more than I can ever play with a group that mostly wants to play D&D and similar systems. That's basically my problem, is I have the biggest tabletop gaming collection I've ever seen, and my group mostly just wants to play Pathfinder. like we've done a couple other things that I've gotten them. I've gotten to try a few other things, and their absolute favorite is an indie game called Inspectors. Feel free to ask in the tabletop sub in Discord if you're curious about it. It is a absolutely hilarious game. It's basically like an indie takeoff of Ghostbusters, where you're playing like a Ghostbusters franchise, and it's amazing. It's so funny. Let's see, follows. I ordered Middle Eastern food once and the guy said, "You want it mild or how I like it?" I said, "Make it how you like it, it's fine." Oh God, don't do that at a Middle Eastern restaurant. That is a good way to be killed. I had a friend in high school who was from Pakistan, and I went to his graduation party once, and like, understand that I am a white bread Midwesterner. That's part of this here. That is part of this, I admit. But also, like the catering, one of the catering tables with the curry on it, I couldn't even get near that table. Like the smell of the spice completely burned my nose and throat. I'm like, oh my God, that is the spiciest thing I've ever known. And my friend's like, yeah, it's up there, I guess. So yeah, if you're going in somewhere, especially like a cuisine you're not super familiar with, or a cuisine from like outside the country, like if you don't know what the high spice level is, don't go that far, please. Please, you'll die. But yeah, also, that friend I was talking about is from the southwest of the United States, and like, they tend to have things pretty spicy there. So like, whenever she orders like American food, she'll get like the most spicy they can get, because usually it's just comparable to the normal down there. I think you might be the weird one. I mean, different people have different spice tolerances. I used to have like zero, absolutely zero spice tolerance, and I'm building up to it now. I am proud to say that when I go to Buffalo Wild Wings, I can have the mild. Sometimes, depending on the dish, even the normal. That's progress. We're getting there. Yeah, I've seen that neon orange chicken before, and whoo, man, that scares me just thinking about it. Grosh and I once had a donor that made my lips bleed. Holy shit. I mean, like, there is certain kinds of spice that can't actually do damage, it's true. Oh, he's got anti-stock Melvin, that's amazing. Oh, that is awesome. What a cool concept. That's pretty neat, and I hope you're having a fun time with that campaign. That's awesome. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites. And it's not a problem? There's another thing about this gun that's big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. Ouch! The shooter's a victim too. Yet the killer used this revolver quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Shooting a high caliber weapon? Well, that's about it. I need to look at just about everything there is here. Went through so much water. Like, the funny thing is, like, water only does so much with that spice. That's actually one reason why they often give things like ranch dressing or something similar. Milk also. Milk is, you see on Hot Ones if you ever watch that. And the reason is because the fats in both milk and ranch dressing, they kind of coat your tongue and they prevent the spice from getting to taste receptors as much. And also the rest of your mouth, it kind of protects against it. I guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It is hard to know when to stop. Anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Alright, can you wait here till I get back? Huh? Oh, actually we have to... Wait, thanks. Left. What do we do, Apollo? supposed to wait. Great. Now how am I supposed to investigate? Oh well, guess can't be helped. Let's go. Huh? Go? Time's wasted, Apollo. We got a lot of ground to cover. Oh, that's true, but... Second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Apollo, you've never played these games before, have you? Of course it will. Let's go. Oh, God. Time to get in loads of trouble. July 7th, backstage hallway. Whoa! Ah! Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? Wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious. What the hell was that? What the fuck? That man. Fucking magician wandered around the backstage. That's why we couldn't find the killer, because he's a goddamn wizard. What is it with today? Problem after problem? Achtung. You ain't kidding. It's the two leading members of the Gaviners, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darian on guitar. They're so cool. I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. Huh? What are they arguing about? That'll be the case, I bet. Hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my car's been burnt to a crisp, and top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was that with all that tinny playing of yours? Who you calling tinny? They're having a spat. What are those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over? It's hardly the time. What are you two doing here? Hiya. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry. Wait, you were what? Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Borginia, Detective Crescend. Right, anything else? What did he just call him? Detective? Yeah, greetings. Darian Crescend, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. I'm gonna need you to never turn sideways again. That is too much. Just you're gonna need to stare at me straight on for the rest of your life. I'm sorry. I apologize. I know it's asking a lot. Just I'm gonna have to stick to it. You're gonna need to do that. That's so stupid. What is wrong with you? If this guy gets snagged in his zipper, he's done for. Yeah, that's not even how zippers work. You can't have a zipper that loops around on itself. You can't close it all the way. Ooh, that's a good premise there, Doc Belvin. I like it. Is it like a limited campaign? Like one mystery and then you're done? Kind of sounds like it. He has more animations where he's facing forward and they're not better. Oh, God. Hello? Criminal Affairs? Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gaviners, do you? It tells me that's about to be remedied. Probably. And also we get Gavin's theme again, which is good, because it does rock. Call him to the stand! Do you want me to interrogate him about his styling? What kind of gel is that? I need to know. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? A murder, what else? Oh, that. For me, today's been a hit parade of crimes, you see. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case? Anyway. I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Latus than I do. For now, at least. Huh? You're the one who found the body, yeah? While we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? I'll leave that to Fraulein Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes. Not exactly best buddies, are they? I'm in Prosecutor Gavin. Well, what to do next? I've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. You can be the most informed for once. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on some of the things we found. Yeah, we could show him some evidence, that's true. We don't know the cause at this point. We don't know how to deal with it. We could possibly, catastrophic consequences. That is really cool. Alright, I gotta blow my nose. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, chat. Yeah, sandwich place being double the price of a barbecue place does seem really baffling. And this is like a really fancy sandwich place and they don't have a good economy of scale. Like maybe the barbecue place makes stuff in like huge quantities so they can afford to do volume discounts. Or maybe the sandwich place is one of those terrible places that does catering, but they're not really set up for catering. So they have to charge huge amounts of money for the labor. That's possible too. Alright, Kissa, you enjoy your steak, and thanks for hanging around with us as always. Hope you have a delicious dinner there. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners? It's not surprising. Like, even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. I know America exists. Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. Police? The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. By day those lips interrogate, by night they sing songs of unrequited passion. Okay. They debuted 7 years ago with 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Then came Love with No Chance of Parole and My Boyfriend is the Prosecution's Witness. The list of hits goes on and on. This here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I make the melodies, and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of rogue with me. And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When the performance goes the least bit wrong, he was into his funk, just like today. Well, murder would be a bit more off-putting than a rude concert. Concert today, a disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this, and then we'll see you, Mr. Q. Mr. Q? You were arguing about that earlier. Hey, I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. Got ribs and brisket coming? That's a good way to spend an afternoon right there. I hope it's delicious. What's this Miss Q you keep talking about? You heard it, didn't you? From the audience? Actually I didn't notice anything. See, no amateur's gonna pick up on that. Oh god, that wiggle! Horrifying. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No. Now take a listen to this. What's that? Mixing board. We use it to record our concert tonight. Are you supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we've come this far. Might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry. Is this a puzzle? Seriously? This is but one of the devices used in recording. We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. Here's the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. Wow, neat! So could you say here only the drum part? Of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want help on the case? Then help me with mine. Yes, rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You choose the section of the song you wish to hear on the uppermost bar. Like so. There it is. Now listen. Was something wrong? Couldn't hear it. Listen again, closely. The timing is a little off, isn't it? See? There, right at the most important part. Even an amateur can hear it. Amateur at the mixing board, mean. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect! Here he goes again. Right, Herr Amateur, you will prove my point. Huh? Me? You will find the missed key. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party. But how? No, just explain it. Move the sliders, left stick up and left stick down to adjust the volume for each part. Then you'll find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue, left stick left and left stick right. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Then give it a try, Apollo. Yes? I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. First, a quick review. It literally just said that. Once you found the guilty part, press Y to point it out. Time to rock. Alright, well, he said it was in the last portion of the song, right? He said it was in the last portion of the song. We'll start looking there, I guess. I mean, they did do some fun stuff with the DS, most definitely. Now, see, I don't have any musical training, so I can't hear anything. Which is kind of wild that some people in here can hear it. If I would like to hear who in chat can hear it right now. Also, Suki Zero, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I can't hear anything. So, go ahead and start by listening to part number 1, which I think is the loudest part, so I don't think this part's going to be a problem. One more time. I think that one's fine. That one sounds okay. Let's try part number 2. All right, that seems a little odd. Yeah, that seems like that's the problem right there. But we're going to keep looking just to make sure. That one seems fine. Yeah, that one seems fine. Let's try this one. Yeah, that one seems okay. time. Yeah, it seems like number 2 is the issue, right? Yeah, it just sounds like a mess right there. The rhythm guitar. Yeah, it seems like the problem right there. Yeah, it feels like he just like gets distracted for a second and like has to find the song again. Oh yeah, let's present it.
Take that!
This part's off. Which is that? Second guitar. Ah! It was you, Darian. Yeah, well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Ah, well, that's all you have to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian. There they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. Starting to feel like we're just wasting time. All experience under our belts. That can't be bad. Alright, so we get the mixing board in its entirety in evidence. Still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? That does seem like a stupid thing. So they mentioned about presenting evidence to them. I think we're going to do that as well. Hey, free mixing board. Where are we putting these things? Nobody say Trucy's panties. Tainted Love, that one I know. And also that dun dun. Amazing. Classic. Jacques. I was wondering if you knew anything about this. Does it look familiar? Familiar? It's mine. That's my key ring. I've been looking all over for it. What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin? Do it. Apollo! How can you make that I knew it face? This is the key ring that was... Yeah, I know. Thanks anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. He was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. What? The victim? I mean, Mr. Latouche had my keys? I just noticed right now he's got something in his hand. Has that always been there? What has he got in his hand right there? Like a rolled up piece of paper or something. That's really weird. I don't know how I never noticed that before. Maybe it wasn't there before. Strange. Team Brain Cell, basically. When will my trials be over? Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop, I'll give him that. Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today. Really don't think that's... Tell us? And we'll keep mum about the keyring for now. Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein? I think we are. Do it. You're saying something about your motorcycle not starting? Did you overcrank your hog again? I hear that's a common problem. Something about your guitar case being busted. You're well informed. You mentioned it a few times. It all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. Keyring? Got all my keys on it, yeah? My bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar case. Wait, so this keyring? It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket. Peter Gavin's keyring disappeared. I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... Very one, up in flames. And right on stage, too. I actually thought that was part of the show. Easy. And to top it off, Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Oh, thank you for remembering that. I appreciate that. All right, Punisher, good luck with Rogue Incursion. Hope it goes well for you. Or maybe that's what he needs to do, Groshin. Maybe that's the thing he hasn't tried. Have you tried cranking your hog, Gavin? Maybe that thing. Nobody told me about days like these. Not even your mama? Strange days indeed. You think? What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, the heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Latouche dies. Yes, and? Could it all really be just a coincidence? Coincidence? Meaning? Darian, can you make any sense of all this? Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo? Huh? I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Fraulein? I am. What? What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here. Name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? Curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today? Well, sure, yeah, I'm super observant and I've definitely noticed. You know, something was bugging me too. The ring and the guitar and the body. Slow down there, Polly. You're looking really busy. He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Mess up if you're a man. You're as close as I am. Huh? No, give hair forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection, shall we? Evidence? Ah! I better think of something pronto, he says as I save immediately. Nope. Come on, let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles? I suppose the connection would be the keys. Because that's why he couldn't get to the concert venue, because he didn't have his keys to use his car. And one of the keys is to his guitar case, and later the guitar broke into flames. And then the keys were found in the hand of the murder victim. I do love me some Beastie Boys. Groshin, is that our theory here? Are you telling us to listen to all y'all? It's a sabotage? Oh yeah, the victim, sorry. Take that! Connection is this, right? I would say you're close, but really you're kind of far. Dang it! Try not to anger the truth, Apollo. There's emotions. Find the evidence slowly. But if it's not the keys, what is it? Show him the badge! You mean you don't get it running on loop constantly? I mean, back in the day, like, that was basically the radio. It did get played to death. Holy shit. Is it the ballad? Is everything tied back to that? Take that! It's this, isn't it? The lyrics sheet? Our Serenade. What's that got to do with anything? Has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't have believed it if the Fraulein hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough of the riddles. Maybe it is a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fraulein? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to the song. What? No way. Alright, let's look at that then. Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order they occurred. I'll read you the lyric sheet. First, the keyring was stolen. Not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring. That's right here. When you stole away the keys, my heart held onto so tight. It's the heart holding keys. And next, his guitar burst into flame. Burning in my heart, fire, burning my love away. And then Mr. Latouche was killed. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. But that's crazy. Yeah, no kidding. Everything that happened today here? The song predicted it all? Perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? Criminal could have based their crime on the lyrics. Who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. Stop! Stop! I need you to stop! I can't take this. Gavin! Oh, God damn it. It's not even you. That's not even the police anymore. You're getting off the joke here. I believe you've stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fraulein. He looks pleased. You're predicting the crime. Xavier? It was a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. Keyring, guitar, and murder. Keyring might have been dropped by accident, yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think that was unconnected. It's true. Peter Gavin's as calm and collected as ever. Did the criminal match their actions to the lyrics? That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borginian embassy about this Mr. Latouche. Ah, right. Thanks, Darian. I'll leave pondering a mystery as to you. I'm out of here. Foreign national, Mr. Latouche was killed. Like that would have to be the point of all this. Bit more than that. Left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom? I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourself, yeah? Yeah. This is all we're gonna get from Prosecutor Gavin. Leaves Lamoire to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lamoire is? Ah, I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist, Machi Tobayai, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Toulouse's sudden passing. I imagine? Why wouldn't she be? Everett's dressing room. Got it. We have passed the point where we should have stopped, but let's keep going. Where the fuck are your parents? Unfortunately, they would not help us. Trucy's father is a troublemaker. Oh, God! Who's there? There he goes again. Who is that guy? Huh? Trucy? You know, he did look sort of familiar. Oh, he is a friend of yours. No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember. Turn curious, sir. Something tells me as soon as we find out his identity, Trucy's going to be like, oh, yeah, I should have known that. And be like, that would have been nice to know before. Whatever. There's vocal versions for all three of those? Ooh. I honestly would love to hear a vocal version of Guitar Serenade, because when it was playing, I was complaining that they kept talking about how beautiful her voice is, and then we don't get to hear her voice, so I'm gonna have to check that out sometime. All right. July 7th, Gaviner's dressing room. Ah, Lamorar. What has happened? I heard that Mr. Latus has died. Lamorar, you speak? I mean, you speak English? Ah, yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia, but I am not Borginian by birth. What? Wasn't Mr. Latus your interpreter? Yes, well, it was Mr. Latus's idea. I thought it would add to the mystery, you see. And your pianist is also... Oh, Machi Tobae is Borginian. Not speak English. Please, tell me. What has happened to Mr. Latus? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Latus was... Josie! Huh? Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word. But Mr. Latus is Lamora's manager. It's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party? Obviously, who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I suspect. All we've been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling. I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. You think I could ask you some questions? Of course, I'm always willing to help. She's calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lamorar. What is it, Machi? But you'd be alone. What seems to be the problem? Machi is not good around strangers. Wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be all right? Sure, of course. Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about? I thought they said they were inseparable. That's interesting. Oh, sorry about that, Suki Zero. Yeah, the bot nukes any links from people who aren't subs. Those wingdings! Speaks in pictographs. I'm still disappointed that they didn't use the same font for the speech that they used on the Borginian postcard. That would be kind of cute. But I suppose one of them is supposed to be an actual written language and the other one just sounds like gibberish to our character. So it makes sense it would be kind of a gibberish character font. Alright. The Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right? I say, vaguely, leaving lots of room for interpretation. I've never even heard of it. I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. Ouch! Emerard, you're not from Borginia originally? Were you born here? Well... Oh, is that supposed to be a secret? Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Ah, yes, it is something like this. Contract, you might say. I'm also not supposed to speak anything about Borginia in public. Image is important, I guess. It's not all Image, though. Her songs are lovely. Real landscape painter in sound. Painter in what? She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right? Very perceptive. Also, you probably read the postcard that's on the table right there. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I? I'll pull your head, Trucy. This landscape painter and sound, too, is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? They mentioned that earlier. Apollo, how have you forgotten that? Yes, in Borginian, Memorar means siren. You're the that perhaps already am not the siren I once was. Couple versions of vocals for Guitar Serenade. Alright, will do. Thank you, Suki Zero. I appreciate that. Never even heard of Europe. Now, as soon as you mentioned that, I'm like, they can make a joke about royalties. I mean, luckily, I think Trucy can get away with it because I don't think they're going to pursue you if no one actually watches your act. Sorry, Trucy. Neatest. Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll. Very European. And this is very Japanese dialogue. Met him while singing in restaurants in Virginia. He's an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. I'm sorry, does not having parents limit your piano? Like, I don't know much about that. Soon he came to live with me. Like a fairy tale, almost. I was actually thinking Batman and Robin, but fairy tale works too. I noticed he hardly, sorry, wrong person there. I noticed he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. First, I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? Never left Virginia before we met. Made his presence part of my contract. Machi and I together are Lamorar. Together always. He attracts an avid crowd of panty enthusiasts and snatch. That's true. That's true. We do know that for a fact. The only people with good parents can be musicians. Just science. Oh God. Also somehow feels very Japanese right there. Yeah, so we did have that guy. But now he's not going to be watching anymore because probably prison for panty snatch. Mr. Latouche. New manager. New? Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Latouche at my office. Just to be my manager and bodyguard. And, as it turned out, interpreter. Interpreter, even though you speak English. Yes, we were to visit more places than just here. I will say, this is something I wanted to comment about earlier, but I didn't say. The way they played it off the first time we met her was she was speaking Borginian, but she seemed to understand what everyone in the room was saying. And I noticed that, and I just sort of assumed that was a weakness in the writing, because that is something you see with foreign characters in a lot of media, is they can kind of understand what they're told, they just can't speak the language. But I think that may have been a hint that she understands English perfectly fine. They had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. I fear that may have to be canceled now. Is Latouche from the Republic of Virginia too? No, he was only with me for 3 months. Maybe there is much I do not know about him. I'll never know. No one will even tell me why he's died. I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone. Talented man. Siren of the ballad. Praise was his idea. I'm happy for him that it has become so well known. Siren. That's what he meant. Huh? Apollo? You're the Siren, right, Lamorar? Meaning of my name in Borginian, yes. It's the name my producer gave me. Why do you ask? It's very important. I had to know for sure if the Siren was you. What do you mean important? I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Oh God. Now we're gonna break the contract. Siren. Turns out that's a very important word in this case. How? We found Mr. Latouche. He is still alive. What? I heard him say something. Last words. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Yes. Yes. Being in there, Mr. Latouche, tell me, who is the witness? Siren. Really? I was the only one there to hear it. sure that's what he said. He said that? Ask the witness. Near the siren level. See what happened? Maror? I'd like to ask, are you with the police? Well, no, I'm a defense attorney. Attorney? There have been no arrests, yes? Is that a problem? Attorney not work for a client? I have no client. Do the investigation of the police, I think. Amber, are we? I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. You lack the authority to ask them. Why? You witnessed the crime. Why won't you tell us? We are through here. I believe so. Weird, all of a sudden just shut down right there. What does she know? Strange. Jacques. Not implicating herself. Yeah, it's more than a little suspicious. Oh, God. What else do we got to do? Do we have to show her anything? Maybe? Can you show her that brooch? That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? My brooch? Yes. Well, maybe mine. Where's the Aurora? Wearing a brooch earlier, you said. Must have lost it. Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was never ours. Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it. The brooch belongs to her. Begs the question. Something wrong, Apollo? What's this brooch doing at the crime scene? You mean her dressing room? What is a piece of her clothing doing in her dressing room? Mystery for the ages there, Apollo. I suppose if she was wearing it last time we saw her and she dropped it between then and now, maybe that's important, but just by itself. It was her dressing room. Hey, Kefka, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Popping in during a work meeting? Well, I hope work is going well for you. I'm doing good. I'm enjoying the heck out of this game. Good to see you, as always. Hope everything is going good. See, I'll see if she said anything about the postcard, because it still don't know what it says. No, I don't think she will say anything. Alright, in that case, I don't think we have anything else. Now we're gonna move on. And that triggered a scene, so we're good there. The real murder weapon, the danger pin. We didn't actually see any wounds to the body, I don't think. Corporate BS? Ooh, yeah. It's a killer, most definitely. Whoa! Who's there now? Yeah, it's you. Where were you? Emma! Something wrong? She's grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know. This is about us leaving the crime scene? What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else? Huh? Mr. Latus's body's disappeared. What? July 8th, Lamar's dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin. Your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. I heard Mr. Latus's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Fight the pickle. Fight the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start the investigation. No need for alarm, Fraulein Detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There'll be plenty of time to ponder the whys later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin. Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. Look at Mr. Altus's body just disappeared. Well, you heard the man. Let's go searching. Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, dearie? See, Geeter's gone missing. He was in the dressing room. Geeter? Who's Geeter? That's what I call my guitar. You like, man? Guitar was stolen? This hasn't been a good day for guitars or Geeters. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found, man. That's an interesting name for a guitar. He's Geeter. Geeter. Eccentric munching anti-hero. I like that. Alright, does she have anything else to say? She does. Oh, this here is a... What did he call it? A sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. It's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room. Sorry. Much else I can say. Alright. Our priority now is finding that body. You'll make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snackies should do the trick nicely. I mean, if they're chocolate, they're probably not like meat sticks. In which case, I have no idea what snackies are again. Oh, Get Her Robo, right. I haven't seen that one myself. I'm familiar with it, though. Inspired a lot of other mecha series. Ah, BB King's Lucille, of course, a classic. You should watch your sugar intake, Emma. Alright, so snackoos are chocolate flavored sometimes, and they're sugary. That's our only clues so far. What? We gotta find a body now, so let's go look into that. There is a big box right here. Anything new, or is it just the one they said before? It's just the thing they said before. Alright. Let's move to the stage, I guess? Lutefisk flavored snackoos. I've never had Lutefisk before, but I'm familiar with it. There was a roguelike I used to play that had an item that was a parody of the Horadric Cube from Diablo called the Infinite Lutefisk Cube. Basically, if I carried it around with me, eventually it would just produce Lutefisk to no end. I heard about that. I heard what it actually is in Japan, but they seem to have localized it to be something else, and I'm trying to figure out what the localized is supposed to be. Because I don't think Corinto would be chocolate flavored, would it? I might be wrong about that. Something seem different to you, Apollo? It's definitely different here. Let's check it out. Alright, something's changed here, they say. Let's have a little look at this. I'm sure that's all that's important right now, but check out that thing in the middle of the stage. Alright, fine. In the scissor lift? That stage there must have been lowered before. That's the tower that Lamar and Prosecutor Gavin were singing. Someone must have raised it. Let's see a way to control it from here. Oh, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top. Maybe we should get Emma. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. Good with heights. Stop whining, start climbing. Didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Not the height anymore. After what we found up there. Found 2 things we were looking for, and 1 thing we never expected to find. The body, the guitar in hand, and the pianist Machi Tobaye. What the hell? What was any of that? Brown sugar is used, but there are variations, and chocolate is a variation. Interesting. As far as I know, it's they never name what snackoos are in the game, or at least the American versions. July 8th, 10:09 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Ah, a concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobaye, the blind pianist. Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Latouche. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. Guess they had proof of some kind? What proof could possibly prove that Morden? Prosecutor Gavin? What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It's tough for me, too. We performed together that night, after all. It's... As far as the bees say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lemurar was invited from Virginia as an ambassador of goodwill. Vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. All the powers that be want, really. Those are circumstances, alright. What makes Machi the only possible suspect? Hair forehead, you seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution. Enemy? Ah, right. I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney. What? You just say? Me? Defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. Down at the detention center. Wants to request your services. Me? Machi? Machi wants me? This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going. Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lemurar. Right. Later. I hope I'm up to this. He doesn't speak English, Apollo. He forgot, didn't he? Yeah. He absolutely did. Groshin, enjoy your fooding. Thanks for hanging around. Yeah, every time they showed a piece, it looked like a part of a Slim Jim, so that's all I was going right there. There's an image of a package of snackoos, which reminds me of a chocolate snack we had down here that were like that. The packaging is different. Gotcha. Like, don't we have to agree to be his defense attorney? Do we not get a say in this? Have we been kidnapped into doing our job? Kind of does feel like that. Weird. I mean, given what we usually see in these games, it's not completely out of the question. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible. You said that already. Machi, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you. Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night? They 100% forgot he doesn't speak English. This is shocking to them right now. That was when I realized how tough it must be. I didn't realize it earlier. I don't know. I'm really bad at my job. A little kid like this. The country's so far from everything he's ever known. Maybe Lemurar can help? Did Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Oh, this just happened 30 seconds ago. We still remember. What are we gonna do? It's, a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. Rest of the trial tomorrow. Horribly unprepared. You're very bad defense attorney. To be continued. Oh no, he's casting Curse of Ra. Luckily, he's activated my trap card. Let's go to trial completely unprepared. As usual. Bro is 0 for 3 on speaking to his clients before trial. I mean, I feel like in this case, he probably could. Like, surely there's someone in the town that speaks Borginian. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like a law firm, I suppose if it was a real law firm, probably call somebody, but he is part of the Write Anything agency. They probably don't have that many copies. July 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Hilariously, I think this may be the first time when we've got a client that wants to tell us everything that happened, and we just can't hear it. It's this series, so we know better. I'm choosing not to blame it on the series, I'm choosing to blame it entirely on Apollo. Just like, well, I only know one person that speaks Borginian, and they're unavailable, so guess there's no one else in the whole world. Oh my god, that would be amazing, Rooks. Court is now in session for... how do I say that? Machi Tobae, Your Honor. The Pixie of the Arpeggio. Right, it's trial. Our court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is A-OK here, Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. Ah, my opening statement, yeah? No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're gonna visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? Huh? My dude, that is a very big question. What the hell? What? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You don't be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who's terminally ill. Right after this trial. Chief Justice's son. Chief Justice? Son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. No, I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? Look at me with something like disgust. What are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. That right there is like the banner of the entire Phoenix Wright ethos. The judge has a busy schedule, so the client just doesn't get a fair trial because he's got other things to do. Perfect. Record what he says with speech to text, put it in a Word doc, and change font to Calibri. That would be amazing if that actually worked. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement. Briefly, you're in luck here, Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romain Latouche, age 35. Age 35?! Holy shit! That man is not aged well. The global manager for diva songstress Le Mirar. Caused death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. Court accepts this in evidence. We'll have to take a look at that ourselves. 45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it? A hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to his body was slight. Death was not immediate. Badly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. Well, the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall of the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. See, court accepts this evidence. Talking about a .45 caliber revolver. Must assume that the killer was adept at the weapons used. Oh. Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. I don't think it would break that much, but it wouldn't be a fun time, that's true. Most definitely. Let's see, once you hit 30, you're pretty much a foot in the grave. Oh god, don't say that. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. The dressing room has only one entrance, this door. Does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. Talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. That's impossible. Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobaye. This defendant could have committed the crime? How? Quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. Ah, crap. Your name and profession, please. I'm a Scott. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. Sure, that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, as you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered. And we were about to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. The judge, don't admit to the fact that you fucked up in your career. This is your career right now. We don't want to hear that. It's terrifying. Yeah, we all been there. Very relatable. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. All right. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's room. Only people involved in the concert somewhere were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. Luckily, the detective was the first on the scene. That door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. And I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit more information. Well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. So in this case, it's not that Emma's lying, it's just that we need more information. Also, I may be mistaken about something, but we'll get to that. She was on security backstage.
Hold it!
The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert? My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys. The whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog into the show, couldn't open my guitar case. Here goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them. Placed items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect. Love, slow acting, and new. What is that word? A troquinine? A troquinine is waiting for you. Just singing something. Everything this guy has to do be so over the top. The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. I see. I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean time on their hands? Please, the testimony. Yeah, he's too much sometimes. The only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage.
Hold it!
We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the Fräulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Hey, great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. No other outsiders were there. And then, into the third set, we heard the shots.
Hold it!
I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. We were the ones chatting. I was eating snackoos. And there's the snackoos again, in case anybody wanted to get a good look at them. And it looks like it's bitten in half. That might just be me, though. Oh, hey, no snacking in court. Are you sure the shots came from Lemuroir's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Thanks. Oh, how about ammo? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that. Please either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right. So after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. That was kind of adorable. We went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body.
Hold it!
Rock? Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring, perhaps, to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? Right, we went into the dressing room. Music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. It piped sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitor at full volume. When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe. Making it easy to determine the time of the crime. You could hear that music playing. And everyone on the stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. Tax-funded catering? They do, because I've been called for jury duty a couple times, and if you're held there through lunch, they do subsidize lunch, which is nice. And I can tell you the county courthouse where I live actually has a really decent cafeteria and a fried chicken sandwich, quite decent. She examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. This is, of course, where we need to be questioning this. We need to find their context, although I think we already know.
Hold it!
How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstance. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. Small window only opened a tiny crack. I was standing in front of that door. How could the killer have fled the scene? Only one possibility. Air vent.
Objection!
But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... That. Apollo, how are you not putting this together? This is literally one and ones. Oh, God. No one take that out of context. Cop rock for cops? Honestly, that would make sense. Certainly no way you could get it. Nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. Child? Like Trucy? Are you accusing Trucy? Oh my God. Remember, access to those rooms were limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. An offendant? Pixie of the arpeggio flitted up towards the sky. He disappeared from the scene of the crime.
Objection!
But that's just conjecture. Oh? There was no other way out of that room. You were there, you should know, Hair Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Spaces that had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Washitoba's fingerprints. What? Oh, we're boned. Oh, we're very boned. Order, order, order. That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Hair Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our Pixie. Why are you looking at me like that, Apollo? How is that whooping it up in the audience? This was as decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. What? Prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in or out of the crime scene was washed. Defendant, the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. But, I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict. Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit. I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That'll have to be enough. Can't be over already. Very well. I believe this trial is finished. Ben says no contradicting evidence. Oh, I do have some. Well, we have to see if Apollo has put it together yet. How big is his fist as it bangs against the wall? It does sound like it's shaking the entire courtroom, which is impressive and terrifying. Prosecution has presented our proof, clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain. Apollo, you've got us on the ropes already. You better come up with something quick. No, I know. Think, what can get us out of this? Need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi's innocent beyond a doubt. But that's... Mr. Justice, what do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? No, you'd better tell us about it now. It's so soon. I messed this one up. It's all over. Or what's contradicting proof? Show evidence. The defense is prepared to show contradicting evidence. This should be interesting. What sort of evidence? Yes, what sort of evidence, Mr. Justice? Show us evidence contradicting the prosecution's claims. Begun.
Take that!
This evidence does more than contradict. It flips the whole case on its head. Thank you for presenting evidence that is both clear and plain as requested. Oh, no, that's not it. Dang it. Dang it. Only person who could have fled the scene is the defendant. no witnesses. Evidence or a witness? Prove beyond a doubt. Well, there's one other thing we can try. I'm gonna call a witness. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Trochmanine My Love. Goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness. Oh, really now? How did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? As I am the only one in the world who knows this. Oh my god, I just talked to him, and now... We've already had this recap twice, I'm sure you all know about it. Yeah, thankfully the penalty bar shows me how many tries I have. Yeah, they only added the bars in this one. I think the games up to this point, it was kind of unclear. Yeah, no, we heard this twice, at least twice, or 2 or 3 times today. We're good. Come on. Oh my god. We literally just went through this a minute ago too, so not even that long ago. What? The victim said this before he died? Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what Herr Forehead says he said. No testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself.
Objection!
But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. Apparently you ignored me completely. My policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Oh geez, yeah, that is pretty brutal. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. Backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. Of course, we believe it is Lemuar herself.
Take that!
Lemuar? Recall Mr. Latusse's last words, which we literally just heard. We don't need to keep going over it. Siren. Aha, he meant the siren. That's right, siren of the ballad, Lemuar. Lemuar was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. See? Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There was no witness to the crime. Well, let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? Now take a break from Detective Emmeskai's cross-examination. Please show Lemuar to the witness stand. Lemuar would say nothing on the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what. Of course, the terrifying thing is she's our witness, but we have no idea what she's going to say, so that's dangerous. She could easily make things worse. But of course, we don't really have any other play, so what are we going to do? It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind. Oh, you can speak English? Yes, and I am not very good. Much I do not know. Speak so well. You spent time here before? Not know how I came by my knowledge of your life, nor where I studied it. Sorry, what? What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lemuar suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? MRR is not my true name, and I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Wow, she's even more mysterious than I thought! As lauded singer Lamorar, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. See, I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamorar. Thank you. If there is something I do not understand, in being called as a witness, what might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lamorar, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet, that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy. Ugh. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and yes, I did. Not returned backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room, right there. That was where I learned that something had happened. I wasn't told the detail. I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying. He was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. I would only pray the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here any longer than she needs to be. Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. Aurora wouldn't talk to me the night. Must know something. I've got to find out what. All right. She says she saw nothing.
Hold it!
But you must have seen something. Mr. Latouche named you. Use. Can I tell you what I don't know? Amarar, he said you were a witness. It was his dying words. I don't know what he meant to say, but that night... I invited to sing on stage, and this she did, which...
Hold
it! It was a great concert. Heard me sing? Thank you. I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually. Of course. Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph, here it's me. One on my gavel would be nice. Here, Judge. What's this? It's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving. What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy. And his grandson's a big fan. Let us continue, shall we? If you would, Liberal. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance. Alright, so this is where it gets interesting. This part we didn't know about it. I did not return backstage after the second set.
Hold it!
You did not return backstage once? What were you doing then? Where were you? I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than sing. And was Machi with you at the time? Fortunately, I do not know where he was. For an alibi for Machi. And she was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there.
Hold
it! With Machi, correct? How was he then? And as he always does, I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Latouche's death. Not the type to show much emotion. Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence. In those glinting frames speak nothing. Questioning hasn't gotten very far. Got there waiting. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
Hold it!
What was the incident explained to you? Well, nothing in detail, only that Mr. Latouche died. Of course, investigations require some security. Dr. Latus is my manager. I need to know more. Should have been told. Both Machi and I are beside yourself as concerned. Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you. Yes, I understand. It doesn't ring true about her testimony. Hard to imagine Lamoroir lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. Why didn't she tell me the night of the murder? Alright, so I was hoping she was going to give us something extra. I think there might be something. I'm going to save again. I've got an idea. I don't know that I can prove it with what I've got, but it's the only thing I'm thinking at the moment. Well, he chuckled evilly and muttered about sweet revenge or something. I wasn't really paying attention. You know, kids. Giving you a double batch of gift wrap, nothing, but there might be a small thread we can pull on. As we did find her brooch backstage, and if she was wearing it before the second set, that would prove she went back there at some point.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Lamoroir, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? That's Lamoroir's. She was wearing it for her song. There we go, that's what we needed. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lamoroir, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance. Well, that's just silly. What is the meaning of this? Lamoroir, please explain. Lamoroir? Oh, god damn it. She says English is quite difficult. The trick's not gonna work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. Ow! In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. That's still different than your original testimony. You're gonna make him sweat! Not just in the CNC Music Factory sense. Though probably that at some point too. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred. Ah! Is she talking about that? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Latus, can you hear me? Alright, then there's the, we heard that. Got his dying words, right. Going over that. And then he heard a bang. Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. I thought I heard a door close. I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this was when your brooch dropped. That explains that. It does. There's no other time I could have dropped it. But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? Therefore, he's raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. Looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened. The moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. Therefore, had shouting who's there, no doubt. Horrible voice indeed. Closed the door immediately. That explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. Too convenient. She's hiding something. Memoir, you did look into the room, though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, but it was only the briefest of glimpses. I think I know where this is going. I've got a feeling here. Oopsies, I made a little perjury. Oops. Oopsie whoopsies. The most common thing in the Easter games. So, did she just add to her testimony? Oops. Yeah, I think she did. But what did you see in that brief glimpse? I'd only opened the door slightly when I heard that horrible voice. And shut the door. I've always wondered here, Forehead. Does that voice of yours lack a volume knob? My cords of steel, man! Just back off! I saw nothing. The late Mr. Pierce's body was behind a wall.
Hold it!
Wall? Is there a wall there? Is, what in English? A division or partition, I believe. It was a large dressing room divided into two halves. Murder took place in the inside half. The partition might have hidden the body. Then she was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room right there. That was where I learned that something happened, but I wasn't told the details. There's still something suspicious in it. I didn't sing on stage. Well, saw nothing. Kind of wall. Alright, so, let's check our evidence real quick. We haven't shown them the badge yet, that's true, we still got that as an option. You mentioned the finger-pointing phrase of madness we have. How was the food, Groshin? Hope it was tasty. That's actually one piece of evidence. We got a couple pieces of evidence we haven't looked at yet, so let's go ahead through all of that. So, here's the autopsy report. Romain Latus, age 35, male, time of death July 7th between 9 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. Cause of death, blood loss due to 45 caliber bullet wound. Time lapse between shooting and death currently under review. Okay. Now here's his photo, but we saw this scene, so there's not really much to see. And here is the map of the crime scene. Plausible the partition would hide the body, though. Super clear from that angle. Like between the partition and the actual door itself, the way it swings. Of course, my question is, we found the brooch over by the TV. How the hell did it get over there if she just glanced in? But I don't know that we're able to go into that. Chicken with more chicken, but judging by the speed of inhalation, they didn't seem to mind. Excellent, excellent. Always good to get a good review like that. Alright, so... like, the wall doesn't go all the way across. Anything else? I noticed the bracelet's glowing. Does she have a towel somewhere? I don't know why the bracelet's Well, if the bracelet's glowing, I guess we can try using it here, see if we can see a towel, I guess. Save though, just in case. Show him the badge! Rex says, welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh, hey, we can actually see her mouth. That's actually kind of wild. Can you see her hands somewhere? No? Oh, God damn. I don't know that we're gonna get anything. Something else to look at here? If we can't see her hands, I don't know that we're gonna get anything. I don't see anything. Let's look at this one too. Anything here? These are the ones where she has a different, animation or different, right? It's different sprite. Let's see. I don't see anything odd happening with her mouth here. The eyes, maybe? She's got so little animation. I don't see anything there. Really? Well, we got a couple options for how to approach this. I'm not sure how we want to do it. Like, usually when they give you the option to use the bracelet, at least from what I've seen so far, you're supposed to use it. Yeah, I gotta think that they're telling me to use the bracelet because there's something we can do. The power of ogling! He's got some powerful ogling, oddly enough. We can't see her hands, though. It's always been hands in the past or something. I mean, there is an aviary attorney where all the main characters are birds. We got that. Alright, so perceive again. What do we miss here? Ooh. Hang on a sec. I don't know what that means, but let's hear it again. Swallows when she mentions his body, and then she's not there. But when she mentions his body, she swallows. I don't know what that means, but that's the first thing we've actually seen here. Oh, let's give it a shot. Representing that.
Gotcha!
Oh, wait, no, I see. Oh, I understand what that is. It took me a second. But that one statement itself is a contradiction in itself. The late Mr. Latusse's body, you say? Yes? You know something more about Mr. Latusse's death than you're saying. What? I can see you trying not to remember. Effort made you swallow. You fool my eyes. It's true. So terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latousse have to be shot? One moment, Lamorar. Yes? What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latousse have to be shot? Yes? I was hiding something, I knew it! Lamorar, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony. Huh? How could that be? This Or I contradict your own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it. Probably the investigation request, right? Let's see. Oh no, I suppose it would be the diagram we're presenting. At this point, I think we're going to have to refer back to the investigation request, but yeah, let's go ahead and present this.
Take that!
Oh no, that was the wrong one. Dang it. Alright, so it must be the investigator request then. Alright, so here's the investigation request.
Take that!
Tell me, Lamorar, how did you know he'd been shot? Huh? Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. You knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot. How could you have known? Got her! Lamorar! You aren't hiding something from this court, I hope. Yeah, I mean, basically, I think the Phoenix Wright series in general is always at its dumbest whenever magic comes into play. And, like, they keep hinting that Apollo's bracelet is magic somehow. And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids in your NDA. Hang on just a moment, I'll be right back, folks. Alright, sorry about that. We caught up on chat here. Yeah, I think it was either the final case of Game 2 or Game 3. It turned out the killer was a ghost who was possessing somebody. And, like, both ghosts and, like, exorcisms and stuff like that came up in the case. And, like, everyone from the judge to the prosecuting attorney is just like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, ghost, right. That's fine. And that kind of killed a lot of the vibe for me. Sweet song of hers is sounding a little too sweet. Ah, now I remember. Oh, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Please, allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? Apollo's ability can be summed up as a very skilled observer, but every time he does it, he's like, my bracelet, it's reacting to something. So I feel like they're leaning towards it being something supernatural. Put God on trial, it's the anime way. No, we can't fight God till the final act. There's rules to this question. We've got etiquette to follow. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. Alright, so she's added to her testimony yet again. I saw bullet holes in the wall and I knew Mr. Latus had been shot. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Hold it!
No, you didn't. Only a glimpse that you knew they were bullet holes? Yes, I recognized them immediately. Seen bullet holes before you. Travel the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country. Or wherever my voice is needed. Places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lamorar someday. I plan on recording my next album overseas. The studios have a different sound, you know? Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour too. My allergy to omissions is acting up again. Time to point and shout. Point, shout, let it all out. Sorry, I'm compelled sometimes. So, there's a problem with this. Is the thing. Let me present what I was thinking of before, which is this.
Objection!
Emarar, they call you the siren of the battle, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. Put down word there of our prosecutor, Mr. Young. Just put down to hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Not polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can I be cool for once? No. Wait, which one was a good album? I might have missed something there. Observe the diagram. These games really hate the protagonist. I mean, I think they understand that the game works best when the protagonist is an underdog. So they try really hard to make it feel like the entire world is against your protagonist. Sometimes it does feel like a little much. Emarar, you looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct? Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes. They were on the wall, the door is on. You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Maybe if the door swung the other way, but it didn't. Yes? Afraid the defense has raised a good point. Appears you have been holding back something. By holding back, you mean lying, Judge. Perjury. Use the P word, my dude. I know you can. I know you can do this. It is sometimes a double standard a bit much, most definitely. Oh, Songs from the Big Chair. Yes, good album. Good album. I love that one. Not their only good album, but probably their best, I would say. And I must tell you what it is that I saw? Yes. Happenings of this trial are being recorded. Certain it'll be on the news in Virginia. Understand your reputation is at stake. Falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. She knew how Mr. Latus died. And he named her as a witness. Must have seen something, Emarar. Very well. Rar, please continue your testimony. Very well, I shall. was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. Something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't much. It was a grown person. You know it was. Oh, you did witness the crime. And the killer was a grown person, you say? This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Hair Forehead. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination. Where are you going, Apollo? You were right about Lamoroir. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. Thing smells fishy, that's what's wrong. Yeah, I'm worried about this. I don't think she's being truthful still. Just a little witnessing. She only dabbled in witnessing. That's all. I will say, I think like some of this does make sense in context in the sense that the Japanese justice system is sort of built around the assumption that if someone gets arrested, they are guilty. That's not the way it works in a lot of places, like the United States, but like when you consider that, like I think a lot of the things we see in here make sense, or at least coming from the perspective of the people that would have made the game. How is the judge not aged like 16 years? I believe that he speed ran his aging. He got that full beard when he was like 35 and then just stopped there. He's in a holding pattern is all. Guilty until proven innocent, basically. The idea in the Japanese justice system is supposedly they do such a big investigation before the arrest that they only arrest someone if they're certain they can prove their guilt in a court of law. That's why in Japan they always say they have a 99% success rate in court, is because they basically just don't bring cases they don't think they can win. Prosecute only when you can win and confessions trump facts. It's a system for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a good system, but that is the system that this was modeled on. Nowadays, they change to a point where basically you are guilty until your attorney can prove you are not, because the prosecution only wins a case when they are certain, only files a case when they are certain they would win. Which, again, that seems to explain a lot of the things we see in here, I would say. All right, she was on her way from the stage to the backstage.
Hold
it! So you were heading towards the dressing room? Yes. It's a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. Same time Emma and I heard those shots. On my way back. All right, no problems there. There was something like a little window there. That's how she saw it. All right, this is where we start having questions. What exactly is something like a little window? Yes, well, window is the best word I know. I think this is how it is said, yes? You need not worry, Lamoroir. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail. The window on the wall. I, saw the crime from there, he says hesitantly. Prosecution looks at things like few evidence or loose connection and hesitates. True. There were 2 shots. She couldn't do anything to stop it, she said.
Hold
it! You're certain you heard 2 shots fired? Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. A faint sound, she says. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot. Closer. There were 2 bullet holes at the crime scene, so no contradictions so far. What happened on the other side of that window? Nothing I could do. Reverse Ace Attorney? Yeah, they only bring it up occasionally in Ace Attorney, but supposedly, like, the trial can only go on for 2 days. It's a plot point a couple times, other times they don't mention it, but trials don't really go on for more than 2 days in the Ace Attorney universe, apparently. Alright, but it wasn't Machi, she said.
Hold it!
It wasn't Machi who shot. Are you sure? Yes, quite certain. It amuses me that you would question her testimony. His testimony in her favor. Isn't it my job to object? Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking? See, let's just listen to what Lemurar has to say. Can you tell me how we were so sure? Yes, of course. She says it was a grown person she knows it was.
Hold it!
A grown person? That's a little vague. Sorry. Your skill with your language is lacking. Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. It was a man, a young man. And you're sure of that? Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice? In this diagram, it seems the dressing room is quite cluttered. It doesn't seem likely that you wouldn't have a clear view of the shooter. Singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. The voice was the voice of a man. You heard a voice, but wait. Could that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known. Indeed. You were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man. Oh, this is a good testimony. Proves it wasn't Machi. Indeed. This turns out to be true. We'll cast this case in a considerably different light. I'm gonna save. The window couldn't be opened because there is a sign, and signs mean something in this world, damn it. But they put the sign on the inside, which seems like the wrong place to put the sign. Like, wouldn't you be more worried about people looking into somebody's dressing room? Why was there a window into someone's dressing room? I think that's the bigger question here. And does the person have a name? Also, are you going to testify about the voice? Did you hear what he said? These seem like big questions. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony? Though it pains me to say this, something about Lamorar's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Hair Forehead. You're colder than I thought. Sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. Couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lamorar has to be lying. No, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as Hair Forehead says. Yes, this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What next? What's he talking about? Lamorar? I understand why you would want to protect Machi. Yet remember, you are the siren of the valley. And lies do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean? Oh, what's he talking about? No one bats an eye when he says stuff like that. I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. In a room. Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Lamorar? I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. My opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
Objection!
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
Objection!
So you say. And the victim named her, the siren, as the witness? That's right. That's what Mr. Latouche. We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility. And it brought us to this. Here, Judge. Yes? Prosecution requests that the witness be excused. please. Right, I must honor the prosecution's request. It is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. But if Lamar can't testify, we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence. This cross-examination is over. Here, Gavin, you may continue making your case. Thank you. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again.
Objection!
Wait! Let me hear Lamar's testimony one last time. Cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand. I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. Damn it! At last, back to the real trial. Ready here, Forehead? I didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten before we were so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I dislike saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Sky. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latus's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Ah, yes, there's only one door in the room. Witness, you was standing in front of it. The air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have a difficult time. Sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for a killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself. Does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye. Oh, what's that? Circumstances of the defendant's arrest. Circumstances? Again? That word does seem to be coming up a lot today. When is a window not a window? When it's ajar? It's a window into someone's dressing room. Side hustle? Oh god. Yeah, nice. You can just say, I don't want this. I don't want this witness questioned anymore. All right, that's fine. Hey, Shenanigans, welcome in. How are you doing today, Shenanigans? Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you with us. Yeah, shut up, you glimmerous fop. Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. It was pretty fucking weird. Wait, why did Mr. Latus's body disappear from the room? And end up on top of that stage tower? They got a guitar, no less. Perceptive observation here, Judge. Oh, thanks. Kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. Get a nose for things. Ben sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamar's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. And Machi practically left his signature in the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. As before, she's left a lot of vagaries in there we have to press her on. Lamar's song? Yes, the guitar's Serenade. You noticed its code, too, did you not? Code? You're the one who brought this up, Apollo. All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. Then, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar and guitar up together to the sky. That's mad! Like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit I'd forgotten about the song. I'm really dumb like that. I was dropped on my head a lot. That's why the hair, honestly, probably. There it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that. Heard of jumping rope to songs and counting the songs. But killing? Killing in the name of? Wild world out there, Hair Judge. Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get to the next. Cross-examination. I'm sure I'm going to be doing much singing. Machi carries the piano with him at all times. He's small, but he's swole. Maybe that'll be his breakdown, as his shirt just explodes and he's got like a 14-pack down there. Ends up punching his way out of the courtroom straight through a wall like Kool-Aid Man. They should let me write these games. Alright, so let's go ahead and start pressing on everything. So she believes Machi stole the body because of some lyrics.
Hold it!
Who would steal a body just to match some lyrics? I didn't believe it myself, but it can't be just a coincidence. It is as Fraulein Detective says. Let's begin with the first verse, if you would, Fraulein Detective. What? You want me to sing it? Are the witness, yeah? Or did you want me to sing it? I warn you, my fee as vocalist is not trivial. Fine, fine. Look at the first part of the lyrics, shall we? When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped key ring was stolen that morning. Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheet, where we find, burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Mr. Latussa's life was taken by a bullet. Bravo, Fraulein Detective. Your singing, it's not bad. Now for the finale. Guitar, up together to the sky. It says in the lyrics, Mr. Latus was found with a guitar high in the sky over the stage. Grushin, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. It'll be an octopack, see? Like an octave. I see what you're getting at. No series of coincidences could be so well conceived. Right, scientifically speaking. What would Walkie have said? Concert was whack. Hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that. Anyway, the shooter. Don't quote Walkie. No one should be quoting Walkie. We moved the body to match Amara's song. Any question on this? I don't think we did.
Hold it!
Does the prosecution have any idea why he'd do all this? Not my scientific opinion, no clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all the trouble. A deep reason. Deep reason. Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts even if he had a reason. And worse if he had none. Even his complaints aside, I can't imagine someone doing this just on a whim. Fine, Detective, I take offense to that description. Indeed, it does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say. Yes, this crime was planned for sure. No one in the country had a motive to kill the victim.
Hold it!
But Mr. Latus spoke English. He may have come to this country before. I looked into that, I assure you. Oh. It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently he learned English on his own. Right. You see? No one here had a motive to kill him, certainly not in such an elaborate fashion. Does seem difficult to imagine. Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt. What did you say? Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song? Of course not, and I am quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everybody already listens to my music. They're even in my textbook at school. If you ever heard of them, what's it say about me? I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up, good boy. 2 out of 10 can't follow the narrative of the song. The guitar kept changing pieces and owners. I like continuity. Go back to Halo 3. Ouch. Machi practically left his signature at the scene. Now this part definitely needs elaboration.
Hold it!
What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. Bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what exactly? The dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim. It can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would have been difficult, almost impossible to miss that range. Well, to miss, you say? Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Machi can't see. That's why he missed? The only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Or, that reminds me, the monitor in that room was blurring at the time, yeah? Or the ideal conditions for tracking my sound. Blind shooter. No wonder I missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Justice, what do I do now? Raise an objection? Let's see. Like, I kind of know where this is going, but I don't know what the game wants me to do. That's what I do, I'd save. Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. Certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. Revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? The shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon. Hit their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobae, is, as you can see, tiny. Not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing it entirely. Kickback alone would throw off his aim. Convincing argument, to be sure. Ah, take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? What? Wait about Machi being tiny? And gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it? Oh. Doesn't matter why he missed. Matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. Well, let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, for all intents. Very well. The witness will add this to her testimony. Right. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just not used to using any gun. That's true, too. The accused stole some keys, which could have been lost, burned a guitar, which could have been staged, shot a guy poorly, and carried said guy who's twice his size and literally stiff onto a platform so he could take a nap beside the corpse. Now, we still haven't bothered to explain why he was sleeping up there? Or if he was sleeping? I feel like that should be mentioned at some point. Yeah, this is great. It's going great. Now, from the state of the crime scene, I conclude that the shooter was blind.
Hold it!
You can't say he was blind just because of the bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof, per se. Huh? I merely raised a possibility. Following detective has made the most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent.
Objection!
Oh, wait, if he was blind, what do you have known about the air vent in the first place? Ah, very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you'd care to explain. seems sure of himself. Call the crime scene if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happened, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. Don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machitoba. Who would have known that there was a way out at the top of that stepladder? But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what the stepladder was doing there. The defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, hair forehead. Out of ammunition, perhaps? Seeing Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive about the scent of blood. Oh, would you have something? Anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Shooter was cited would do it. Yes? I don't know how we're gonna do that. You're not my real letter. I would take down one of their central points. Have any evidence that can prove that, though? Probably, maybe. Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, hair forehead. What am I up against here? The prosecution's saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Or Machi, who's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see. Oh. Well. That's question. I don't really know what to present here. Could I prove that couldn't have been a blind killer? Well, that's a good question. Well, what do we have here? Yeah, like there's no reason to believe Machi could have done half of the stuff that they're accusing him of, but apparently we got to prove that the roundabout way. All right, Rooks, you enjoy your lunch, and we will see you around. Take care of yourself. I think I see what they're going for here. We're making a couple of assumptions, but let's try this.
Take that!
This is that evidence. Photograph the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. This is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. Contradiction at the scene of the crime is... right here.
Take that!
Contradiction is right here. Smeared bloodstains? Oh, it was just my blurry vision. It really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Like a gesture I've seen many times before in this court. Almost as if he wrote something. Ha! I get it. At least, I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened. Does seem to be a distinct possibility. Victim wrote the killer's name. A logical conclusion? I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that. Where's this rubbed out? I were a killer. I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? But what? The prosecution accepts this. You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer. And the killer tried to rub the name out. Good point. What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Oh, Mr. Latus was writing something in blood once the killer saw what it was. Wait. Once he saw what it was? Why did you just testify about the shooter? That they were blind. Ah! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see it. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? Ah! May I remind the court that the defendant, Machitobai, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible! Got her. Oh, to die and have a pen or a magic scroll to record our final thoughts, which I believe I heard is sort of the plot of the 6th Phoenix Wright game, where they have something that records the victim's final, like, sights, I believe. So they do get to that, I think. Please explain to me what all this means. I mean, look at this photo. But clear that the shooter could see. Up until now. Seems I owe the court an apology. Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert, and this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? He knows something we don't. He's about to tell us. Mr. Latus himself, embarrassed of his poor spelling and handwriting, he had a typo and he could not abide by that. Impossible! I've got an idea. Let's rock! With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fraulein Detective, if I may. What? Tell me, why did you think that Machitobai is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. Blind pianist, right? Oh, please. Doesn't Amoroi lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machitobai. According to this, Machitobai can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well.
Objection!
But you said... What did I say exactly? Your forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Machitobai sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the airways. I see no problems with this. What about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Herr Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How was that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, Herr Forehead. Oh, we're boned again. Yeah, how convenient for him to misfile that paperwork, of course. Burn him! Burn him at the stake! Oh, jeez. I mean, they won't argue that, but it was a closed backstage that was enforced by security. So we know... We're pretty sure we know who was backstage at the time, and like... There's only 2 people that small, and one of them has an alibi. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk! Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. Anchor the trucy now. Look out. We can please end the bickering now? Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving the case if it kills me. Testimony's already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that. Ah, aha. Ha what? Bloodstain. Criminal tried to wipe it off, right? Seems to be what happened, yes. Might be able to find out what was really written here. Hey, that. That's right, with this. Called luminol. Maybe you know of it? Chemical that reacts to blood. Ah, yes. Done those tests yet? Ah, as if I'm going to tell you. Bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform a blood test, that section was removed and submitted. Requested in here in court now. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test. Just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Well, it reacts to blood. I ordered this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. I believe IRL it's actually 2 chemicals. Spray on one, then the other. Only the text in point 6 has been changed to clarify this new opinion. Point 7 has also been changed to reflect this. Oh, God. Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Press A to spray an area. Here, give it a try. Nice, the entire corner focused on me. Follow, your hand's shaking. Let's do this. What the hell is that? Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is if the killer was a robot. Ha! I have it. Oh, what is it? Thought those letters IPXX look familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. Why would you write that number? How did Mr. Latusi even know a number like that? Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on. Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Marion, are you there? Go up to the witness stand. Marion, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Good thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. We're to think of all this. Bishop's case is airtight, or so it seems. But this number is really that of an Interpol agent. Oh, wait, I know. What if Machitoba is really an undercover Interpol agent? Would be a possibility. Possibility, yes. The one that would mark him as the killer for certain. What would Tooth know an Interpol ID number? But I want to know. Well, we have some time while we wait Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? Curious mystery concerning Machi Tobaye. What are you talking about? Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. Too much of a bother to tell you. Had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? That makes little sense. What do you think here, Forehead? Huh? Me? Machi told me I pretended he was blind. You know why? How could he know? Hey, this kid Gavin knows why, doesn't he? Going from the start of the trial, and leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. People who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. It doesn't have to do with anything. Oh, be quick, I'm on my way to a Kingdom Hearts cosplay convention. He is actually trying to wrap the trial up quickly because he wants to visit a friend at the hospital, which isn't how trials are supposed to work. The aerated chocolate of criminal cases. Oh my god. There was a reason why Machi Tobei pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Give me a picture now. It wasn't for himself. Oh, Mr. Justice? Oh god, I'm really gonna ask you a question. Possibly. You present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness. Maybe. But she had no reason to pretend he couldn't see. Means. No, it couldn't be. Good show here, Forehead. Seems you've thought of something. I figured these things out on my own. I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. Oh god. I've got an idea. Alright, so I think it's...
Take that!
It is... Mirar? Mirar and Machi Tobei call a relationship. Particularly their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Mirar and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. When they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. He would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times. Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their, performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi didn't need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Oh, no. Really? Really. It was all the other way around. One who needed to be led by the hand was Lamirar. What's this? Do you mean to say that Lamirar is... She's... Yes, Your Honor. Lamirar is blind. What? You can tell she's not used to the insanity you get in these cases yet. This is blowing her mind. This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please shed some sanity out in this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. I see it's not vast in vain this time. It's quite correct. But that makes no sense! Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, Why not ask Lamorar herself? I believe she's still in the witness waiting room. Oh, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. She did say she saw nothing. That's true. Coming back to us now here. Oh, God. Walk all the way over there for the void juice. It is worth the walk. Bailiff, bring in Lamorar. Apollo couldn't even see that possibility. Lamorar, pains me deeply to call on you again call you before us again in this way. And I must. Do not be concerned on my behalf. His eyes. They can't see? Really? It is true. Funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borgian countryside one day grow to entangle the entire world. Oh, you're... Yes, as mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamorar. Know too that my memories begin darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lamorar. See? You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial here for him. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Now, Lamorar, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. Never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course. I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a little lost here, Your Honor. Oh, God. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. Producer came up with my PR line before I knew this. Though as silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I couldn't. One of my staff knew, of course, but no others. What? This is a murder trial. I apologize. Part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret, no matter what. Music is everything for me. Never imagined something like this would. Told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. Is there left to ask? There's one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there's one part that bothered me. Ask about that and I'll be happy. Alright, so we're on a short leash here, so we gotta be extra careful. Go ahead and save. Luckily, most of this I can see we clearly don't have to ask any questions about. So smug! I'm really hoping we get to take him down at some point, because I would love to just take him down a few notches. So I think this is where we're questioning.
Hold it!
When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche? Of course, he was my manager. He knew. It's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what's bothering our young defense attorney. You're thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Hey, Apollo? Yes, I was. We just keep flashing back to this over and over again. Witness. Cold. Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help is on the way. Let's see. Hey there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who is the witness? Witness. Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do this? He knew you were blind. Oh. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. What? There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. Witness Siren? Heard them many times, with a little play acting by her defense. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to which I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before that. Ah! That's right. He tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. Talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, Hair Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts next time. Oh man, this is going bad. Order! Order! Call Lamoire's testimony earlier. Hey Kissa, welcome back. How are you doing? How was everything? I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. 2 shots. Didn't do anything to stop it. Holy crap, that sounds so good. Hope it was amazing. Living the life there, Kissa. Hell yeah. But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. That's not the most important point. The moment he was shot, Mr. Toulouse witnessed her through the window. Why else would he have named her as a witness? Ah. And he did hear them. The gunshots. And the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. You can't hear a gunshot through a window. That's crazy. We've already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. I heard that voice again. I would know it in an instant. Your Honor! What is this, bailiff? Can't you see we're in a session here? We have the results back from the investigation. Investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us. Well, let's hear it. Continue this cross-examination afterwards. Detective Crescend, your report, please. Asked Interpol about that number. Here you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX314206. Agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. Apparently in the middle of an operation. No, when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent? Well, him being Lamoire's manager was just a cover, most likely. Is the judge age a single day between trilogies? Doesn't seem like it. I was joking earlier, it seems like he's ran his way to old age and then just has been in a holding pattern ever since. He's just looked like that since 35. Just a walnut, oh god. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. Concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms. And the registration number on the revolver matched. The victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. Hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. The victim was an Interpol agent, an undercover op. That ties into everything. Gotta tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescend. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait. Amarar? Is something the matter? Voice just now. Darian? Darian, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it. Him? You aren't saying. Voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latus, when I heard the gunshot fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. Is this some kind of joke? What? No way. Courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. Never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Amarar fingering Darian Crescend? Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it have been his voice that Amarar heard? Changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no whipping out now, Apollo! To be continued. Well, that's a bit of a twist right there, in a trial that has already been a twist every 5 minutes. Jeez. That hair is insane. I don't know. He's running out his time save after running gold split all the way to 60. The most noir voiceover at the end there. Thank you. Spontaneous two-witness stands existed. The time-space continuum, or should I say discontinuum, was thrown into chaos. Yeah, they do. The lack of graphics for the courtroom in these games sometimes makes it really confusing where people are standing. Like, basically, you've got the defense booth, you've got the prosecution's booth, and basically everyone else appears to be standing at the witness stand. Very confusing. But this seems, I mean, it's not an ideal place to stop because that's a hell of a cliffhanger, but it is getting super late. So I do think this is where we're going to be stopping for the day, but we will be back tomorrow and we'll be picking up right where we left off and we'll be continuing the case. I'd like to finish tomorrow, but this has been pretty long, so I don't know if we'll have enough time tomorrow. We'll see how things go, we'll play it by ear, and we will go from there. That step ladder again, unless it's actually a ladder, I'll have to double check. We'll run it by our experts. That what a twist time again. It is getting awfully twisty. Blindness, lack of blindness, it's bonkers this case, most definitely. That non-Euclidean hairdo again? What is their hair gel brand? I must know. That's the only question I'm really concerned with here. But as always, thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you folks hanging out. I hope you're still enjoying the game. I am still having a good time, and I have no idea where this case is going, so I'm definitely going to be here. Thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate it. It means a ton. Thank you very much. So we do have one last thing to do before we call it quits for the day, of course. And as always, that is... Let's see who all else is online. So if you are not done watching Twitch for the day, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I'll like the opportunity to try, most definitely. And while I am looking to see who is online, there's a couple things you might want to do if you haven't done them already. So first and foremost, make sure to follow if you haven't done that already. That'll be the easiest way to find me again. If you'd like to come back, I would love to have you. You can also, if you want, enable notifications. That'll let you know when I go live. I know I find that useful, personally. And there's a couple links in chat you might want to check out as well while we're doing that. We've got a link to my Discord if you would like to chat with me or the rest of my community outside of the stream. Feel free to jump in there. And we have a link to my YouTube if you would like to see any of the games I have played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, including a whole bunch of other Ace Attorney games. And of course, all the VODs from this one will be going up as well. Man, we are actually spoiled for choice today. Yeah. Oh my god, this is painful. We actually have some really, really good options here. Oh, god damn. Can I raid multiple people? This is not fair. This is not fair in the slightest. Oh, jeez. Oh, decisions. Well, you know, I think in the absence of something to force me to choose a good option, we're gonna choose this one because this feels appropriate as a place to raid to. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would really appreciate it if you would join us as we raided a streamer you might not know of yet, and her name is Breezelbit. She is usually a Final Fantasy streamer, the Final Fantasy MMO. I'm going to pretend is it 14? I never remember the number. But today she is playing a point-and-click adventure game, and another very cool mystery, and one that has been requested in this stream a lot, which is 999, 9 persons, 9, oh god, I forgot. I'll use the name. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. That is such a huge title right there. I haven't played it on stream, but I have played it off stream, and absolutely amazing game. Very cool, very neat. If you've never seen it before, why don't you come take a look? Because there is a Steam port of it now, so you can get a hold of it these days. Why don't you join me over there? Say hi to Breezelbit, who apparently is having her 6-year streamiversary, which is very cool. Make sure to say happy streamiversary as well. Hang out a bit, throw her a follow if you like what she's doing. But hey, got other things to do. I will just say, as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're at in the world. I will see you folks tomorrow for more Apollo Justice. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.